The House of Representatives now in session. Please let the House come to order. Please stand as we're led in prayer today by the lady from Pearl River. Remain standing thereafter for the pledge.
Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity for another day and for the opportunity to be here to do the work of the people. Lord, as we get to this time of year, intentions are getting high. May we be quick to listen, slow to speak, and slow to anger. Lord, may we think about you and ask for wisdom and discernment in all the decisions we make. Lord, we ask that you be with those in North Mississippi who are hurting from the tornadoes, from loss of life, injuries, and property and things. Lord, I'm proud to live in a state where people step up and be your hands and feet, but we know in the end that you are the ultimate healer and provider, and we just ask that you lift those up and watch over and protect them. Lord, be with us as we move forward. Forgive us for our sins and help that all we do honor you. In your name I pray. Amen. Please join me in the pledge. Attention, salute, pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, ma'am. Good job. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Close machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll have the reading of the journal. Gentleman Rankin moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committee.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introductions of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman Mayor and Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introduction.
Is there objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. With this time, we'll have the introduction of guests and visitors. Do we have any guests and visitors today? Don't see any. I am pleased to inform you that we have 3 special guests today. So we're going to go to the first one of those. I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton, and I'm going to ask the Sergeant at Arms to escort our special guest to the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning we have the pleasure of honoring a great young man from the city of Vicksburg. I was looking for Ms. Lisa Davis. Oh, okay, there she is. Madam Chair, will you please read a portion of the resolution, House Resolution 94, please?
Whereas Nicholas Anderson, a phenomenal athlete and student from Vicksburg, Mississippi, and an inspiration to young men throughout the Magnolia State, has achieved great athletic and academic success during his 23 years, despite being born premature and diagnosed with a slim chance of survival. And whereas after overcoming the difficulties of being born premature, Nicholas developed into a healthy, happy, and thriving child who acquired a passion for sports, specifically football, as a very young YMCA athlete. And whereas while football became his niche and led to much athletic success through his elementary, high school, and college careers, Nicholas' first priorities have always been and continue to be constant faith in God and maintaining academic excellence. And whereas Nicholas graduated from Vicksburg High School in 2018 with a 4.61 GPA, which was the third highest GPA among the 221 seniors in his class, and he also received high honors for his athletic abilities, including first team All-State, first team All-District, All-District Most Valuable Linebacker, and back-to-back All-County Defensive Player of the Year. And whereas Nicholas began his college career at Jones Junior College, and after one amazing semester where he had a 4.0 GPA and received first All-State and All-Conference honors at the junior college level and Junior College All-American Awards, he transferred to Tulane University in New Orleans, Louisiana in the spring of 2019. And whereas during his tenure at Tulane, Nicholas continued to feed and assist homeless people on a number of occasions, and with God's blessings continually covering his life, he made the honor roll every semester, made the 2019-2020 All-Conference academic team, finished the 2020 fall semester with a 4.0 GPA, and earned All-Conference honor roll versus Temple. And whereas his athletic awards at Tulane are also astounding and include the 2020 Stephen Martin Scholar Award, the PPF Football Third Team All-Conference, Phil Steele Third Team All-Conference, number 2 ranked linebacker and ranked number 49 out of the top 100 players in college football for the 2020 season, Louisiana Player of the Week honor, 2-time AAC Defensive Player of the Week, AAC Conference Championship Most Outstanding Defensive Player of the Game, AAC Honor Roll, AAC Academic All-American, Academic All-District Team, 3-time All-Conference honors, PFN Third Team All-American, and Cotton Bowl Scholar Athlete Award. And whereas in May of 2022, Nicholas graduated cum laude from Tulane University with a 3.5 GPA and Bachelor of Arts degree in Homeland Security Studies and double minor in Health and Wellness and Sociology. And he's currently preparing for the 2023 NFL Draft while also continuing his graduate school requirements for a master's degree in sports studies with a certification in sports administration and sports medicine. And whereas once in the NFL, Nicholas hopes to continue advocating for homeless and for enlisting strong role models for fatherless male children and teens with the goal to develop and implement nonprofit organizations to support these two causes. And whereas it is the policy of the House of Representatives to recognize and commend the lives of fine Mississippians, especially men such as Nicholas Anderson, who has inspired young men throughout the state to strive for their dreams despite the challenges that lie ahead, which has brought glory and honor to the city of Vicksburg and to this great Magnolia state. Now therefore be resolved by the House of Representatives of the state of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and congratulate Nicholas Anderson for his numerous academic and athletic accomplishments and express best wishes for continued success in all of his future endeavors.
Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, Nicholas, I call him Nick, we have over here with us today his uncle to the far right, his grandfather is the Honorable Mayor Flaggs, his mother, Miss Emery, his grandmother, which I just said, y'all heard all those accolades about his academic achievement. So I just told him, I said, I know you got that from your grandmother, not your grandfather. And I also told him in the hall, you know, I didn't have a chance to watch him live at Tulane, but we in the House expect 122 tickets wherever he lands to come see him play. Let's give this great family, y'all, a really good round of applause on his achievement. And also we have the little one that's going to follow Nick's footstep, his brother Aiden. And I asked Representative Harness to come up here because he has a part of Warren County. I didn't see Representative Ford when I walked in, or Representative Foster. Nick, we're proud of you, and I'm not joking about the 122. Well, I'm joking about the 122, but I want one for sure. But we're proud of you. We want you to keep doing what you're doing, because evidently what you're doing is right, and it's pleasing in the eyesight of God. So if you put God first, all things will be added unto you. Keep doing what you're doing.
Hey, come hey. He's decided he likes it up here. All right, we have another special guest to be recognized. I'm going to call on the gentleman from Coahoma, Mr. Payton. Are your group here yet, sir? Not yet? All right. Lady from Panola, is your group here? Okay, we're going to recognize the lady from Panola and ask Sergeant Arms to escort the special guest to the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the House. I am elated to have South Panola cheerleaders here with us this morning, recognizing their three-peat. We've known South Panola for their excellency in football, but I am elated to have the Tigers cheerleaders here for winning the Nationals 3 years in a row. We're celebrating their dedication to excellence and their stride to continue to stride in a way to provide a great representation for the state of Mississippi, Panola County, and their school. On the behalf of myself and Brady Williamson and our senator colleagues who recognized them last year on the Senate side, we're grateful to bring them to the Mississippi House to give them their acknowledgement for their great honor and their achievement. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, please help me make them welcome and congratulate them for being three-time national championships for the non-tumbling competition in Dallas, Texas. Brady, you want to come up? Okay.
I noticed these jackets that they were wearing. You want to know what a national championship jacket looks like? That's it right there. Isn't that impressive? Yeah, pretty. That's a pretty jacket right there. Are you the coach?
Yes, sir.
And 3 times you won a national championship.
Well, they did. I was just there.
Well, that changes every year, does it not?
It does.
So it's a different group every year. So any coach that we had in Mississippi that won national championship 3 times, I think we would recognize for a great accomplishment.
Thank you.
Being a high school coach is a little different than being a college coach. A college coach gets to recruit. They get to go out and try to get the players they want to play with. A high school coach has to play the hand that's dealt them. So the fact that you've taken these young ladies and the material that you've got and won a national championship 3 times is pretty impressive and brings great pride and joy on the state of Mississippi. So thank you for doing that. Are you from South Panola originally?
I'm not. I'm from Senatobia.
Senatobia. Oh, gosh. Yeah, well, our member from Senatobia is working, I think, down the hall. So, well, congratulations. We're proud of all of you ladies. Thank you for what you do, the pride that you bring to the state of Mississippi. We're going to take a picture real quick.
Ladies and gentlemen, I failed to mention that our very own Miss Lisa Davis was a South Panola cheerleader, so she was prior to the stride of these ladies.
That's the flash on. Yeah, I got it.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Introduction out of order.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, if you all will stand, from Brookhaven, Mississippi, Brookhaven Academy, we have the girls basketball coach Ron Kessler, 5A champs, state champs, and we have the Brookhaven Academy softball team that is state champs. Their coach is Lisa Covington. Congratulations in your wins, and please help me make them welcome.
I recognize the Vice Chairman of Appropriations for a couple of bills he needs to recommit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Clerk, if we call up Senate Bill 3015, I want to make a motion to reconsider the vote by which this bill passed.
What item number is that, gentlemen? I don't see 3015 on my calendar. Oh, it was yesterday's vote? Okay. Gentleman wants to reconsider, the motion is to reconsider the vote by which 3015 passed on yesterday's calendar. All in favor say aye, opposed nay, ayes have it. You wish to recommit now?
Yes, sir. Wish to recommit that bill.
Motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye, opposed nay, the ayes have it. Next item.
Item 3052 on yesterday's calendar also, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, make a motion to reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 3052 passed. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Motions to recommit.
Recommit the bill for technical correction. Yes, sir.
Motions to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. That bill has been recommitted as well.
Appropriation yields.
Okay, we do have one more special guest to be recognized, but I don't think they have yet arrived, so we will go to the calendar. So we're at the appropriations calendar. In conference, looks like item number 7 has been filed. Appropriations going to take anything up, or? After, okay, very good. Okay, we will go down to page 7, in conference Ways and Means. Only item I see, there's one item 9. I don't see the Ways and Means Chairman. Okay, we'll advance to the in-conference general bill calendar. Item 12, Workforce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call that bill up and make the usual motion.
It's a conference report, gentlemen. You're recognized to present it.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the conference report on House Bill 588. It creates the Office of Workforce Development Grant that we talked about earlier in the session. It reallocates the money from the SWIB bank account to the Office of Workforce. And it has the requirements for the reporting to the legislature on those programs, and that's an explanation of the bill, or the conference report.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 588. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 108 yeas, 5 nays. The report is adopted. Item 13, military affairs. You want to do all of yours?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead, sir. What's the next one?
Mr. Speaker, item 66, Senate Bill 2371, I'd like to skip, but go to item 84, Senate Bill 2595.
Item which, sir?
Senate
80.
Bill
82, 2595. All right, you're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, this just removes the repealer on the conference report and extends the grant funds available to December the 31st, 2026, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report 2595. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas and 5 nays, the report is adopted. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, number 88, Senate Bill 2810.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, this extends the Act of 2004 law conforming code section. It extends the repealer on the Office of Workforce. It amends the State Personnel Board for telework. It also extends it changes the experience rate for COVID-19 and to January the 1st of 2023. And that's an explanation of the bill, the conference report.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. The question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2810. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 111 yeas, 5 nays. Excuse me. Report's adopted. Next item, back on page 10, is item 13, military affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up the conference report for House Bill 677.
You recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this actual conference report passed unanimous, or the bill passed unanimously here. The Senate actually added a little language. What we're doing, our veteran service officers has been restricted to being a veteran. What we did, we said, or a person that is kin to that. So you could have a surviving veteran or a deceased veteran, his son, daughter, wife, or someone could serve in that capacity as veteran service officer. The Senate added a little bit of immunity to it, so that is the explanation of the conference report.
Question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 677. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, report's adopted. Brings us down to transportation, number 15.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up the conference report on House Bill 691. Recognize the gentleman from Prentice to explain the report.
Gentleman from Prentice is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is our Memorial Highway Conference report for House Bill 691. Section 1 of the bill designates a segment of U.S. Highway 45 in Wayne County, Mississippi, and it shall be known as the Army Sergeant Eric C. Newman Memorial Highway. Section 2 of the conference report designates a segment of U.S. Highway 72 in Sladen, which is in Marshall County, Mississippi, as and shall be known as the Eddie Dixon Memorial Highway. Section 3 of the conference report designates the intersection of U.S. Highway 80 and Highway 481 in the city of Morton, which is in Scott County, Mississippi, and it shall be known as the Reverend Scott Mangum Life Springs Ministries Memorial Intersection. Section 4 of the conference report, within the incorporated city limits of the town of Lake in Scott County, Mississippi, along Interstate 20 East and Interstate 20 West corridor, near the lake exit, which is 96, they're going to erect a sign there that will say the home of Randy Houser, country music singer. That is the explanation of the conference report. I yield for questions.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 691. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 43, the conference report on Senate Bill 2002. Recognize the gentleman from Prentice to explain the report.
Gentleman from Prentice is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The conference report for Memorial Highways on Senate Bill 2002, they added Section 3, which is a bridge in Hutchins Landing Road in Adams County, Mississippi, that is currently referred to as the Second Creek Bridge. It shall be known as the Boyd Sojourner Memorial Highway, after one of the former supervisors there. Section 4 of the conference report, the bridge on Liberty Road in Adams County, Mississippi, that is currently referred to as the St. Catherine's Creek Bridge, is designated and shall be known as the James Carter Memorial Bridge. Section 5, a stretch of Highway 1 between Rosedale, Mississippi, and Friars Point, Mississippi, is designated as the Traveling Riverside Blues Highway. Section 6 of the conference report, intersection of Indiana Avenue and South Frontage Road in Warren County, Mississippi, shall be designated as the Dr. Bill Pierce Memorial Frontage Road. That is the explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker. You have questions?
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2002. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, report is adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 91, conference report on Senate Bill 2853, and recognize the gentleman from Benton to explain the report.
Gentleman from Benton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, this is the drone bill. We had a couple of minor changes. First one is we changed from the effective date of March 2024 to January of 25 to give our agencies a little more time to adapt. Also, we dropped the non-bid preference over Mississippi companies from 20% to 10 and changed the word must to may. Any questions?
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2844. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. There we go. We got the right bill now. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2853. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas and 2 nays, the report is adopted. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm informed that our next special guest has arrived, so I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Coahoma, Mr. Payton, and I'm going to ask the Sergeant at Arms to escort the special guest to the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the House, I would like to welcome 2A champions of the men basketball team of Coahoma County High School. At this time, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to read a portion of the resolution number 110.
Whereas the Coahoma County High School Red Panthers boys basketball team reigned supreme after narrowly missing out on a state title last year, as the Red Panthers raced past Region 3 2A rival Northside High School Gators to claim the Mississippi High School Activities Association Boys Class 2A State Championship at the Mississippi Coliseum, a truly outstanding accomplishment. And whereas starting the season 0-2 and ending the season on a 30-game winning streak, this is Coahoma County's 5th state title in the last 7 seasons and the program's 7th state title overall. And whereas during the championship game, the Red Panthers' mental stamina and athletic prowess never wavered from the moment they first hustled onto the court until the final buzzer buzzed, as they ultimately outplayed Northside in a 67-34 win. Whereas to claim this illustrious victory, the Red Panthers relied on their swift feet, accurate shooting, and strategic moves, which ultimately allowed them to bring the coveted trophy home to the Coahoma County High School trophy case. And whereas the Red Panthers have been superbly coached and inspired by head coach Derek Moore, who has broadened the players' knowledge of the game and refined their skills in execution. And whereas it is the policy of the House of Representatives to recognize and commend excellence, especially that displayed by the Coahoma County High School Red Panthers basketball team, and is with great pride that we congratulate this elite group of student athletes and head coach Derek Moore, who have brought honor to Coahoma County High School and to the state of Mississippi. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives to the state of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Coahoma County High School Red Panthers basketball team upon winning the Mississippi High School Activities Association Class 2A State Basketball Championship, and extend best wishes to the team for continued success in all their future endeavors.
Thank you. We share the dais today also with our newly appointed superintendent, Dr. Virginia Young. We also have our basketball coach who will actually say a couple words, Coach Derek Moore. Coach.
Good morning. It is indeed a blessing to be here, and we really thank you all. Senator Jackson and Representative Payton and the rest of you all for allowing us to be in your presence this morning. We are surely happy and we're proud to be here. Once again, I would like to say that we are in prayer for those who were affected by the tornado. We know the tragedy that it has, brought up on our state, and we will be in continuous prayer there. But we thank you all for allowing us to be here once again. It was a great season for us. and we did our best to represent the state of Mississippi and the Coahoma County community as best as we could. And prayerfully, this won't be our last chance to get here, but we really thank you all for allowing us to be here. Thank you.
We'll return now to the calendar. Looks like we worked our way down to item 19, universities and colleges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up the conference report 770 on House Bill 770.
Okay, you recognize. Hold on just a second. Gentleman Jackson, what purpose you seek recognition? Okay, you recognize, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that we voted on and passed unanimously. It's giving the Mississippi Office of Space Technology the ability to move MDA. MDA will have an office down at the NASA plant in Hancock County, and the only thing that we did in the conference was remove the repealer. That concludes my explanation.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs in the conference report, House Bill 770. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas and 6 nays, the report is adopted. Gentleman Jackson, Mr. Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On yesterday's calendar, Senate Bill 3150, I'd like to hold that bill on a motion.
Okay, we can do that. We worked our way down, I believe, next to item 29, insurance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I be recognized?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
May I be recognized?
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1084 is dealing with real estate agents and insurance agents and when the requirement of CLE education would cease. The House and the Senate had some differences of opinion as to the age and the number of years of employment that would be required. We came to an agreement, and the agreement was that for real estate agents, and insurance agents, Mr. Vice Chairman. Once you have at least 25 years of continuous employment and you have reached the age of 65, ladies and gentlemen, you will no longer have the need for CLE education. One of the most popular bills we will handle and take up this year.
All right, the questions, gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
Quick
Mr.
question.
Gentleman.
You said 25 years, and it says 20 on the board.
That they may not have made the changes. The conference report is 25. It's 25.
All right, thank you.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Great to have that bill passed today as a former agent of 34 years. How are you going to substantiate the continuous employment?
Affidavit.
Pardon me?
Affidavit.
Affidavit, thank you.
Right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1084. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. A vote 118 yeas and 0 nays. The report is adopted. Brings us down to item 30, Judd B.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that you recognize the gentleman from Pearl River to handle the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Second Amendment Financial Privacy Act that we passed a couple of weeks ago. We took some language from the Senate and worked with them pretty closely. And one of the biggest changes, we moved the enactment date to be January 1st of 2024 to give the institutions some time to get their rules and regs in place. That's an explanation of the conference report, and I'll yield for any questions.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1110. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. Of 115 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Next item, number 35, elections.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 35, bring up House Bill 1310. Recognize gentleman from Rankin County.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, this is the conference report on 1310. I'm going to do it really quickly on the parts we changed. We will let the Secretary of State be authorized to audit the election procedures of 2023, 24, 26, and 27. He will audit all 82 counties within that 5-year period. The election support fund, we changed. It was counties get 70%, Secretary of State gets 30. We're giving all 100% to the counties. They will use that to buy and equip machines and make sure the integrity of the voting and the voter rolls are maintained. The big change is on the trigger for non-voting. We changed it to where we make sure that you have at least 4 years. What we're doing is the presidential primary to the next presidential election, which gives you basically 4.5 years to vote. If you don't vote in that period of time, that's when you will get that card, and you don't return that card within 4 years, you will be removed. You can still vote affidavit, and you can actually re-register at that point if you would like. That's the changes in the conference report. Yield any questions?
Gentleman from Madison, Mr. Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Hill.
Yes, sir.
That 4 years that the conferees decided on in this bill gives the individual 4 years in which to vote in any election.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Is that the municipal elections too?
And that's included, yes, sir. We put that in on the floor here. Gentleman from Tallahatchie put that in. What we wanted to do, it was we had it to where it was a 2-year window, and it could have actually fallen to a 1-year window where all the things we had in the original bill fail, and we wanted to specify you get 4 years at least at a minimum.
I know there's got to be some background and reason for purging, for not voting, but don't you agree with me that one of the hallmarks of democracy is being able to decide I don't like anybody that's running?
Yes, sir, I do.
And not voting for that reason?
Well, you can respond to a jury summons as well. We put as many things in there as we can to keep you off of this list.
Oh, so you can, if there's a jury summons.
If you get called to jury and you either can't make it, or you tell that circuit clerk that you can't make it, or you show up for jury duty, then you stay on the voter roll. Yes, sir.
How about something in there that says, look, I don't like anybody, and I'm not going to show up, don't take me off the road?
I can't agree to that right now, but.
Can you do that? So I just heard the echo in the back that said you can do that.
Well, at that point, if you don't want to vote for anybody in that 4.5 years, they're going to send you that card, just mail that card back.
To do what? That's going to do what?
They're going to send you that card. If you don't vote in that 4-year period, mail that. If you didn't like any candidates up to that point, you can just mail the card back and to say, I want to stay on the roll.
But gentlemen, I know that you've seen this too, and we all probably have, where people go into the poll and they put some funny stuff on those ballots because they just don't like anybody on the ballot.
Right.
And they may put Mickey Mouse on there in the right end, or some other character.
I would encourage, if you don't like the candidate, to go write Mickey Mouse, and then you get to stay on the voter roll.
Mickey Mouse might be the best option sometimes.
I can agree.
But anyway, I understand, but I don't think, my hesitancies on all these voting bills that come out that we're dealing with here. Before this, don't we have statute that says that you can purge the rolls every so often?
You can get the U.S. Postal Service, if they have relevant information that you've moved, they can check into that and purge you from that point, yes. We've had some of that in there. We just haven't had something extra to clean it up.
What's the reason for putting this particular provision?
Just another tool in the toolbox for circuit clerks to get the voter rolls cleaned.
Anyway. Thank you.
Jim from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
A motion to recommit for further conference. I'd like to speak to it.
Okay, you're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, and we got this audit bill on here about purging people from rolls, and we voted on some things, but there's a section in here that says a registered voter who has failed to vote at least once in any election or update his registration during a period that begins in the year of a presidential preference. You put all these requirements on a person that's registered to vote. My granddaddy was 103 and he was still voting. I can't tell you how many elections he said, I'm not going to vote because ain't neither one of them scumbuggers worth a dime. I won't vote. But should he have to have a confirmation to come back and register again just because he decided not to vote? Why are we doing this to people right now? God bless them. Natural disaster, tornado and rolling fork wiped out a whole town. These people become inactive. You think they voting in the next election? Do you think they voting in the next election? And you trying to do what? Another tool for the circuit clerks and election commissioners? They get elected to do their job. They can purge any role they want to right now. They can go check anybody's address right now and see if they still live there and take them off. They're trying to get rid of dead people. Dead people don't vote. And there has not been one instance that they brought to this House, to any circuit court, anywhere in this state where somebody went and voted for somebody dead. There is not a problem. But in this day, 2 days after a whole town got wiped out, we getting ready to make a whole town, a whole county inactive because they're not going to vote. For what? You know, the last thing any of those people in Rolling Fork or Sharkey County got to think about is whether or not, well, you think I'm going to be on the voting roll? They didn't send me my confirmation. While they're trying to rebuild their house or find somewhere to live or where their kids going to finish and graduate high school. For what? Why don't we stop penalizing the people who send us up here? This needs to go back, and if no other section gets taken out, this section that says it failed to vote at least once in any election needs to be taken out. You don't need that tool. That's a penalizing tool. I've talked to the chairman, and he's agreed to a certain extent that maybe that needs to be looked at. But we're going to be here another 1 or 2 days. Go back and take that out. I don't want anybody. I don't want to see Representative Hines or Representative Denton or anybody who represents Sharkey County having people call them and say, why they take me off the voting roll? Well, you know, you didn't vote in the last election. Well, Mr. Hines, I wasn't at home. I don't have a home. We don't even have a voting precinct. I can't vote in the next election. But I'm inactive? Well, they're going to send you a confirmation notice. You can sign back up then. They don't have anywhere to send it, Mr. Hines. I don't have an address. I'm still here in Sharkey County, but they got me living in temporary housing. I don't know if they know how to find me. Well, we're going to help you figure that out. Well, while you help me figure that out, can you help me figure out a place to stay, how to get my home rebuilt, how they going to get water and sewer services back on in my town, how we're going to get electricity, or how my child's going to find a way to go back to school. And, in fact, who am I going to vote for if I'm not registered to vote? I can't even elect my leaders. Recommit this bill, fix this, because this is not what we want to do. This is not freedom, ladies and gentlemen. This is not democracy. And this is not what we should be about.
Anyone else wish to speak? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I get a phone call that the community in which I represent won the school district along with Representative Rufus Strata, the senior gentleman from Sharkey and Humphreys County, and 2 of the communities he represents gone and abbreviated. And, you know, I'm not really thinking clearly about how those folk lives are going to impact our lives. But I am crystal clear on how our lives should impact their lives. And this is one of those instances where our lives should be about impacting the lives of those who have been devastated, who lost. We talked to a lady yesterday, my wife and I, who was at work and they just pulled her 2 daughters out of the rubble. I was told about a baby that was found hanging in a tree from the storm. A lady spent 2 days in a restaurant, and they just pulled her out at 12 o'clock yesterday while we were there. Well, some folk were gathered around taking pictures because they was at the event. This insensitivity around the lives of people. And this storm went from Sharkey County all the way up to Amory. So you're getting a little bit of everybody who lost something or someone. Sometimes stuff gotta stop. Ain't nowhere to vote in Sharkey County. Ain't nowhere to even lay your head. So who gonna be concerned about going in a room and pushing a little button? By August, there won't be even any buildings there, let alone homes. It takes about 120 days to clean off all that rubble because you got to bring stuff in and out. Where they gonna vote at? Or let alone who they gonna vote for? Because the people who running for office showed up, took pictures, and got back in their vehicles and left. Didn't bring one drop of water, not one morsel. But yet and still, we doing stuff like this to the least of these. Now, I'm a big guy on accountability. I like to be chastised when I'm wrong. In fact, I welcome it because it allows me to look in the mirror and see if I'm doing what is godly and Christianly. Because sometimes I get off track. I'm asking you to recommit this bill and let them take at least this provision out. People should vote. It's our God-given right. But guess what? Here's what is our God-given right too. I might not want to vote for the gentleman from Clinton or for the gentleman from Copiah or for the gentleman from Forest. Might not want to vote for none of them because they ain't spoke to my issues. So I decided to sit on my porch and cross my feet and have me a cold Budweiser. Because they not speaking to me and their issues are not concerned me. And that's my right to engage or disengage this process as I choose to. But when the winds blow and the raging winds of the waves flow, and I lose all that I have, all that I own, the last thing on my mind is walking into a room and pushing a button for somebody. I'm asking you to have just a little bit compassion, just a morsel, as much as a mustard seed worth of compassion, and strip this issue out and allow people to have opportunity to restore their lives and engage or disengage in this process.
Gentleman's time has expired. I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Simpson for a substitute motion. Okay, legal counsel indicates that the motion Jim Simpson was going to make is not proper at this time. Jim Simpson's going to make a motion to lay it on the table subject to call. But on a conference report, according to legal counsel, there's only three options. You vote up or you down or you recommit. And apparently you cannot make a substitute motion. So the question arises on the motion to recommit. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, I think we're trying to get to a point to lay it on table subject to call. So if y'all want to continue to speak, we'll let you speak. But I have asked the gentleman to lay it on table subject to call so we can figure this out. I've been informed that there are things in there that I did not know were in there. So I'm trying to get to that point. Anyone else? Okay. Motion occurs on the motion to recommit. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
Thanks, guys.
Okay. House is not voting. If you favor the motion to recommit, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Okay, motion to recommit carries. All right. We'll move to the next item. Judd B, item 36.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 36 is House Bill, this is the conference report on House Bill 1315. This is the bill that would allow for school districts, public libraries to enter into a contract for internet services as long as the contract provides means and methods to protect children against being exposed to sexually explicit material. The difference between this and what was passed earlier, we exempted. We made it to where before the penalties were allowed kind of a strict liability penalty, that if the vendor did not provide for the proper safeguards, they automatically were punished. In this bill, they do get some due process. They have some, that the penalties have a period of time to where they can be cured. We also exempted, we made it, it's K through 12 for schools and, for schools, we exempted universities, community colleges, and those students that are dually enrolled. So in other words, if a school, a university, or a school has a program and that person is enrolled at that school, say it like at Ole Miss, and they go into their library and they are go and they become a subject to some of these sexually explicit stuff, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, your junior colleges would be exempted from that type of penalty phase. Basically, it has to do with anyone who is in the age range of K through 12 unless they are dually enrolled into some type of community college or university. So that student would be exempt from it. Then we go into the public libraries. The public libraries have to do with anybody that is a minor. So the public libraries must contract with a vendor in the same respect. The vendor must have safeguards that are put in place to make sure that the online services do not expose the children to sexually oriented or sexually explicit material. Again, it also has the penalty phases that we passed earlier that talk about a different type of penalty determined on what type of stage you have committed. So, and it has a severability clause just saying that if one part of it is deemed unconstitutional, the whole bill is not. That's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines. Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I have quite a few questions, so bear with me. If we can just sort of walk through the conference report, that might be the easiest way to handle this. Section 1 deals with school districts, so public schools essentially, and the definitions for public schools and public libraries are essentially the same. Is that correct?
to an extent, but for all intents and purposes and for brevity's sake, yeah, they're pretty much the same, except for, the first definition includes, like I said, school district, charter schools, Mississippi School of the Arts, and those type of agencies.
I'm talking about the definitions of the material at issue.
Are you talking about in section 2 or subsection 2, where it talks about the definitions of what sexually explicit, sexually oriented stuff is? Yes, those are especially
Okay, so I'm going to talk
essentially the same.
I'm going to talk about those as to both sections at the same time.
Okay.
So if you'll flip to where the definitions are for the first time on line 22,
Okay.
it references child pornography, obviously something that our children should not see. It references materials that promote sexual exploitation or trafficking of children. Obviously, I don't have a problem with our children not being able to see that. It references obscene materials, which is later defined in a subsequent portion of the statute. We'll go through that in a moment. It also references inappropriate materials depicting or dealing with matters of sex, cruelty, and violence in a manner likely to be injurious or harmful to a child. And then the fifth area is materials that are sexually oriented as defined by section 97.5.27.2. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's go back to the third part of that definition, obscene materials. If you go down to section C, it defines what obscene material is for purposes of this bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it specifically states that it references nudity, sex, lustful interest. It lists a whole slew of things, which I don't think anybody would have a problem keeping from our children. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then it also has an exception that says that the material taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value, it should be excluded, which I assume in the negative would mean if there is artistic value or literary value, it would be allowed. Is that correct?
It would not be potentially obscene.
Okay. But that only applies to the portion of the definition related to obscene materials. Is that correct?
It can be read. I'll say that for the purposes of obscene, that's what that means. Obscene materials for both of those is defined here as that. You still have the exception, like you talk about, with the artistic and the literary value of that.
But that is only part of the obscene material definition. That exception is not anywhere else in the definition section. And there's no other exception, for instance, to child pornography, which is, as there shouldn't be, but there are 5 items listed.
No, I agree with you.
Okay. So then if we go to the fifth, which is sexually oriented materials as defined by section 97.5.27. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you pull that statute and read that, it says that material is sexually oriented if it contains representations or descriptions of, and it lists quite a lot of things: masturbation, genitals, female breast, bestiality, sexual intercourse, female breast, all sorts of things. Again, things that I wouldn't want my 8-year-old to see. Don't have a problem with any of that. But it also simply says homosexuality and lesbianism. Are you aware of that?
Mm-hmm.
So if a book that's online, for instance, simply has a gay character in it, it would be excluded under the statute. Is that correct?
I don't think so.
Tell me how.
Let me explain you on how the statute, let's look at the statute and parse that out. The statute says, for the purposes of this statute, any material is sexually oriented if it contains representations, descriptions, actual or stimulated, going into those that you just named. Now, the last part of that, the way I read the statute, the very last part of that statute says, for the purpose of sexual stimulation, gratification, or perversion. I think that's an element of what you have to prove to show it's sexually oriented. It has to be a depiction, actual or stimulated. You have to have these type of things, and then it has to be for the purpose of gratification, lust, or some type of perversion. I think all those are the elements of what sexually oriented is.
I would potentially agree with you, except if you look at the actual statute, that only applies to the last words where it says, or breast of a female for the purpose of sexual stimulation. Hold on, this is why, because if you go up and you look at the earlier portions of the definition, there is another section that talks about sadomasochist abuse, and it specifically says in a parenthetical, for the purpose of sexual stimulation or gratification. If that last few words were meant to apply to everything in that definition, there would be no need for that parenthetical for that other portion of the definition.
Yeah, I disagree with you. I think you read the whole statute as a whole, and it means for the purpose of gratification of your perversion or perversion.
Why is that parenthetical needed earlier in the definition then?
I guess somebody felt like it was needed, but I want to make you aware of something that you're not aware of, which is Mississippi Statute 97-529, the public display of sexual-oriented material. What we're doing is already law. We're just adding it to the statute. We're just adding it to this. It's already law. Public display of sexually-oriented material is, we're just making this consistent and making this consistent with state law. Also making it consistent with the federal act that makes it to where schools can't do this anyway.
So sexually oriented material, I don't disagree with you that kids shouldn't have access to that necessarily. But a book that happens to have a gay character in it is not sexually oriented.
I still think I think you're going to have to prove under the statute that it has to be done for perversion or some type of sexual gratification. Not just the fact that you have a homosexual character. I don't think that that's enough to be penalized under this. And be that as it may, I want to make I didn't say this in my introduction. You've got just about everybody on board with this. The vendors who do this, the universities, just about everybody has had their hand in making this bill. If what you're saying is an issue, I don't know that a multi-billion-dollar organization would have signed off on this amendment that we have.
I don't know that that's factual. I do agree that there have been a lot of hands in the bill, and I think that that's part of the reason that the definitions overlap and are problematic, and that there are issues in the drafting that can easily be fixed. I think 5 minutes at drafting can fix a lot of these issues, and we haven't even gotten to all of the issues yet. But going back to the sexually oriented definition in 97-527, again, any reference to homosexuality or lesbianism, and there's no exception for literary or artistic value. So let's talk about the Bible.
Again, the Bible makes reference to that, and this is by no means banning that. Again, I think the purpose is, if you read the statute as a whole, it very clearly says, for the purpose of stimulation, gratification, or perversion. My reading of that statute, which is already law, and the public display of this is already law. For example, the public display under our current state law, sexual-oriented material is against the public display. If that was a problem, you wouldn't see a Bible. You wouldn't see the Scarlet Letter. You wouldn't see Canterbury Tales right now because it's already law.
Well, that's not true, because 97-527 has nothing to do with books. I mean, and if that were the case, then we would need...
No, but 97-529 does. 97-529 bans the public display, the public use of anything that's sexually oriented.
Then why do we need this conference report?
Because we want to extend this over to the internet and be a little bit more specific. Right now it says public display. We want it to be a little bit more specific, and you're also seeing some issues within public libraries and within. I've met with a library association. They admit that they can up their filters to get some of this stuff away from children. So it is a problem that our current statute does not go far enough for. So that's why we're doing it.
So, and I don't have a problem, again, with keeping pornographic material away from our kids. The problem that I have is that the definition section and other portions that we haven't gotten to are just poorly written, and it can be fixed so that the purpose of the bill is actually accomplished without causing problems. Do you see that?
I think it's a solid bill that has come, that a lot of people who are a lot smarter than me have brought have brought before the House.
Okay, well, let's keep going then and talk about the other problems. Let's look at line 73. We'll start there. This section applies to both the public libraries and the public schools.
Right, that's your exemption for, that was language that we put in to exempt your Mississippi institutions of higher education or community college or dual enrolled students.
Yeah, so a high school student that's dual enrolled would be able to get materials that should be excluded from the classmate that sits right next to them in class, just because they're enrolled in a dual enrollment program.
That's correct.
But it's so harmful and pornographic that one of them can look at it and it's okay and the other one can't. Is that?
Well, he's a dual enrolled student. He or she is a dual enrolled student. They're doing a lot of things that the other student can't do. The law allows that.
Including looking at pornographic material under this bill.
And we've got another bill, hopefully, that's going to come, that's going to prevent anybody from under the age of 18 looking at it. So hopefully that bill will fill in the hole that you're talking about.
All right, let's go to section 2, which is the public library section. When we last talked about this bill, there was no age limitation at all with respect to the public libraries. Is that correct?
That's correct, and we put in minors here.
We did. And so in the state of Mississippi, the age of majority is 21. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay. So we just passed a bill earlier this session that would allow an 18-year-old to buy a house. Do you remember that?
If you say so, I don't. But
We did. So as an 18-year-old, I'd be able to buy a house, but unless I was enrolled in college or dual enrolled in high school, I wouldn't be able to read a biography about Emily Dickinson, who happened to be a lesbian.
Well, I disagree with your take on that. Again, I think it has to be something that is used for lewd and perverted
Or for
measures.
instance, and it only relates to Mississippi colleges.
To your point, it only relates to Mississippi colleges, and that's all that we're concerned with, really.
So my stepson, who's 20, who's enrolled in Fordham in New York, could come stay with us for the summer, go to a public library, and wouldn't be able to access information that a 17-year-old who's in high school who happens to be dual enrolled would be able to get simply because that person is dual enrolled at Hines Community College. Is that correct?
Your stepson goes to Fordham. He's a bright man. I'm sure that he would have access to this if he wanted to through whatever public means that he has. But
it would be illegal. I certainly wouldn't encourage him to break the law.
To your point, the bill is written to protect your Mississippi universities, to protect. I think you're looking at this inversely. Those exemptions are in there to protect not only the minor children that we're talking about, but they're in there to protect your Mississippi universities, your junior colleges, those institutions of higher learnings. I can't write a bill that's going to protect the University of Alabama or Fordham University from Mississippi state law. I can't do that, but we can do that to protect our in-state universities. So yeah,
I get the intent of the bill.
So yeah, there is like I've always said, there's a hypothetical that you can put out that's going to make a hold of just about everything that we can do, but we've worked on this. I think we've brought you about as good a bill as we possibly can. There's some issues. I agree with that. There's always issues with bills that we pass. But the purpose of this, and we're not necessarily, the purpose of this is talking about protecting your minor children and to the access of this. I think the bill accomplishes that. I think it accomplishes it as very well as we possibly can. It's not as broad as some other states. Some other states are very broad that would do some of the stuff that you're trying to do. But I think we have narrowly tailored it just about as much as we possibly can.
I disagree, and I think in 5 minutes it could be fixed exponentially and would be a much better bill. Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the proper time.
Okay, state your motion.
I'd like to recommit this bill.
Motion is to recommit. Okay. If you favor the motion to recommit, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. The noes have it. All right. Further questions, Jim from Lawrence. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentlemen, you.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I don't know, and you probably are aware of it. There's been a furor lately going on, I believe it's in Florida, about Michelangelo's David. You're familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
one of the most beautiful artistic statues that's ever been produced by mankind, and it's trying to be made, it's being identified there as pornographic, because in fact it does, if the way I understand this statute here reads, it does feature genitalia. We also have other things that are classic art, such as the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. You're familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
Leonardo da Vinci painted that, in case anybody in here doesn't know that. Again, it features nudity, it features female breasts, it features genitalia. Botticelli's Birth of Venus, if you're familiar with that, the goddess Venus emerging from the clamshell out of the sea as to her birth, features female breasts, nudity, and we've all seen all kinds of classical artistry that feature cherubs. You know what a cherub, are you familiar with a cherub?
Yes, sir.
Basically, a cherub is a naked child angel with exposed genitalia.
Yes, sir.
I certainly believe that none of these have any pornographic value. They certainly do not to me. But as a lawyer, I know what happens with very broad statutes. Somebody gets charged with it, and once you get charged with something, being a pornographer or whatever, for making the statue of David available to a 16-year-old, then you have to defend yourself, which of course keeps us lawyers in business, but it takes away from our freedom to artistic freedom. I can't remember what, maybe you can help me with this. Famous U.S. Supreme Court case dealing with pornography or obscenity or whatever it was. And the justice says, I can't give you a description of it, but I'll know it when I see it. Isn't that a very slippery slope with a statute like this? I'll know it when I see it, which actually means whatever I think is pornography is in fact what it is.
It's a subjective measure, I guess you could say. But I will say, as to your point and what you're saying about Michelangelo's artistic works and those things that have literary value, first off, there is an exception in here as to obscene material. As to the lady's point about the next statute that brings in our own definitions, I stand by my interpretation of that is it has to be done for some type of purpose of gratification of a lust, which I don't think that is. It certainly wouldn't be, and I certainly think it would be exempted. It has been up until now. It has been. We have our current law in Mississippi prohibits the public display of sexually oriented materials. That, to my knowledge, really hasn't been much enforced. I mean, Michelangelo, you can still go to the public library and pull up a picture if you want to. You can still get that on the internet right now if you want to go do that. So I think based on, as lawyers, based on the precedents of how we have been living the last however long since the statute's been enacted, I don't know that there's been a problem with people removing that in the state of Mississippi.
Okay, and again, that begs the question that was asked earlier. If there has been no problem, is this not a second solution looking for a problem?
Let me rephrase that. There hasn't been problem with what you're asking when you talk about the art history, the artistic historical monuments that we're talking about, but there has been a problem with people pushing down an agenda with some type of sexually oriented material. For example, I know on the websites that you can go to that these websites and databases that are contracted with our school employees, you can go to those, make a search on those, a very innocent search, so to speak, and it will take you to a whole nother avenue of sexual deprivation that you're seeing, and ideas of sexually oriented material that you and I both would be appalled at, knowing that our children have really a click of the button access at that. That's the material that we're going after, not David or the Sistine Chapel or any of that area. That stuff is artistic. That stuff is value to humanity. And I don't see the state of Mississippi attacking that. But the stuff I do want the state of Mississippi and be clear that we are looking at doing away with is that where the innocent child takes the mouse, clicks in a term at his school library, that term takes him somewhere to where he's never been, into a dark part of society that includes some very sexual graphic material. That, I believe, this state, this government has a significant interest in protecting those children.
Okay, and I certainly would not disagree with you there, and I certainly want to do what I can to protect children from pornography, whatever your or my or someone of the others' opinion is that it might be. But if I was assured as a defense lawyer that you were going to be my district attorney or that you were going to be my judge, I wouldn't have any problem with it. But obviously I can't be assured of that. And I know how things work. I know how politics work, particularly in a political year. And it sort of made me hesitate to stand up here even to question this bill, because somebody's going to say, well, old Bob Evans was in the House of Representatives today trying to kill a bill that protected children from pornography. I'm not doing that. I hope you understand.
No, I understand. I think you're asking valid questions, and I don't think I don't think what you're saying is accurate. No one's saying, you're just asking questions. I do want to make myself clear. There are no criminal penalties here. Everything here is civil, and it's civil against a corporation. It's civil against the person or the corporation, the entity that's providing the services. So this bill does not attach any criminal penalties to any person. It attaches civil liability to a corporation.
Are you telling me that this is a Republican anti-business bill?
This is a bill that protects our children.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your answers.
Gentleman from Tippa, Mr. Stevers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you yield.
Yes, sir.
Any protection in here for internet service providers? The original House bill did have protection.
It does have protection. Let me get there. Hold on.
It was in Section 4 in the original House bill.
Yeah, it's on line 66, which is in Section 3, subsection. The provisions of this section apply to a vendor, a vendor or other person that provision instances of internet infrastructure for the purpose of publishing content. A cloud service provider shall not be held liable to have violated the provisions of this act solely for providing non-content provisioning services, including infrastructure as a service and platform as a service. That you're far more sophisticated in that language than I am, but I am under the understanding that that protects the cloud providers.
So broadband providers all across the state, we are protected, not liable.
That is my understanding based on that provision I just read.
Thank you.
Gentleman Scott, Mr. Miles.
At the introduction, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you'll look over into the South Gallery, there's a young man sitting at the top next to Courtney Ann. We recognized him with the House Resolution 105 a few years ago for his 44 years of service to our state as a teacher, an educator, a principal, and a coach. He's one of the finest Christian men, just a great fellow that I know, Mr. Haywood Reeves from Forest, Mississippi. Glad to have you today at the Capitol with us.
Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin, you have a question? Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen. Passes. All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1315. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 84 yeas, 14 nays, report is adopted. I am informed that the chairman of appropriations has other items he needs to take up, so we're going to go back to the appropriations calendar. Yes, sir.
Can I move? I need to reconsider, I need to recommit one that we passed yesterday or the day
Okay,
before.
go ahead. Which one is it,
That's
gentlemen?
House Bill 400. Do I need to reconsider the vote and then recommit it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The gentleman wants to reconsider the vote by which House Bill 400 passed yesterday. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion is to recommit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Gentleman from Lamar, Mr. Tubb, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Introduction out of
Yes,
order,
sir.
Mr. Speaker. I would love for the House to give a warm welcome to Sumrall Christian Academy and their future legislative leaders. Let's all give them a warm welcome and welcome in the House of Representatives.
All right, recognize the chairman or whoever he designates.
Thank you. Ladies of the House, Mr. Speaker, let's go to item number 7, be House Bill 1614. Recognize the gentleman from Harrison. Mr. Bennett, explain the conference.
Gentleman from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a budget for the Educational Television Authority. Their budget last year was at $18,150,000. This year is $16,967,000. It's a reduction of about $1,183,000 on some one-time money that they had last year. And that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the Conference Board, House Bill 1614. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. A vote of 92 yeas, 21 nays. The report is adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leader of the House, let's go to item number 19, House Bill 1632. Recognize the gentleman from Harrison. Explain the conference report.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the conference report for the state port at Gulfport. It's about $30,900,000 over LBR. $30 million of this is for equipment, specialized crane equipment they use down there, and about $408,000 for salaries and operations, $42,000 for travel, $57,000 for increase in commodities, and about $35,000 increase to equipment to be used in dredging. That is an explanation.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen. Gentleman moves
Move
adoption.
final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 109 yeas, 5 nays, the report is adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies of the House, the next item will be number 26, House Bill 1644. Recognize the gentleman from Montgomery, the Vice Chairman, to explain the conference report.
Gentleman is recognized to explain a report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the deficit appropriation for state agencies for the fiscal year of 23-24. I'll go over each one of these agencies separately with you. We have the Attorney General Agency. This is judgments and settlements of $216,452. The Attorney General in judgments and settlements of $1,112,942. Department of Health for legal expenses, Jackson Water lawsuit, $1,103,950. Corrections for medical program is $23,865,997. Regional facilities and corrections is $1,596,594. And private prisons is $2,873,765. There's a deficit appropriation to MEMA for hazard mitigation reimbursement of $6,518,942. The Department of Ag and Commerce, fairground event security operations of $400,985. Supreme Court Administrative Offices, Court of AOC, Special Judges, $335,000. Ethics Commission operating expenses of $24,961. Banking and Consumer Finance for travel and contractual deficit of $1,316,969. Child Protection Services, $12 million. Medicaid agency operations expense reappropriation of $245,955,527. And then Wildlife, Fisheries and Parks operating expense deficit appropriation of $10 million. These agencies total a deficit appropriation of $307,322,084. And that's an explanation of the conference report. Mr. Speaker, I yield for questions.
Questions on the report. Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
And you may not know this answer, but I'm going to ask you, and maybe somebody can get me. We have released a lot of prisoners. So I'm curious as why we would be a deficit appropriation of $23 million for medical expenses on prisoners.
I've been told that we have contracted with a private source that is providing that care for our prisoners now, that we have just contracted with. It actually saves money because it prevents the prisoners from having to be taken on outside the grounds for medical care. It's all done in-house. It's a deficit now, but it will, in the long run, save us money, ladies, what I'm being told.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned funding for the private prisons. Is that for contracting those private prisons for in-state inmates?
It's an increase, I've been told, because it is an increase in the number of those prisoners that are being housed at those private facilities.
Thank you, sir.
Don't see any further questions on the bill.
Move adoption.
Report. Gentleman moves adoption of the conference report. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 106 yeas, 8 nays, the report is adopted. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
For FYI, the Appropriations Committee members are meeting as we speak. We will have more bills for this afternoon. This is all we have at this time. I appreciate the patience, and see you after lunch.
Recognize the gentleman from Oktibbeha for the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I need to call a quick rules meeting as well, but I would motion recess subject call.
Rules meeting in the rules room. Hold on, the analyst is asking us to check one thing, gentlemen. But we will take note of your rules meeting immediately in the rules room. Mr. Chairman, did you have a further item?
Yes, sir. I need to recommit an item. Okay. I'd like to go to the calendar, item number 52, House Bill 3037, and move to recommit. Geology Board.
Y'all heard the motion. Chairman's motion is to recommit on item 52, Senate Bill 3037. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further? All right, now I'll entertain a motion from the gentleman from Itawamba.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess, subject to call.
You've heard the gentleman's motion. All those in favor of the House standing in recess, subject to call, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House is in subject to call.
Please let the House come back to order. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a 2 o'clock deadline we're trying to meet, so I would advise you to be prepared to probably work until then. I'm looking at the appropriations in conference calendar. Mr. Chairman, is there any other item we can take up at this time? No, sir. Okay. We have nothing new. We're going to go right now to the in-conference Ways and Means calendar. I recognize the chairman. Try it now.
We're looking for the gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Speaker. I don't see him. He was going to handle a couple of these reports, but if anybody's seen Representative Zuber, send him to his Capitol, please. We'll skip around.
Okay. I see number 2 is the first item.
Gentleman from Octiba Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could we call up HB number 261? This is the income tax extend credit for qualified contributions to endowed funds and qualified community foundation.
That completes your explanation?
We would recommend adopting the conference report.
Okay. Any question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report of House Bill 261. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 114 yeas, 0 nays, it passes. Next item I see is item 7.
Yes, sir. We would go to item 7. Mr. Speaker, I'll explain the conference report. Item 7, this is House Bill 1671. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our tax credit bill. It's really just hot off the presses. Is about midnight last night. Conference went late with the Senate, and the Senate adopted, in large part, almost all of the House position on this bill. This is our bill where we increased really the signature piece of this bill. This tax credit bill deals with crisis pregnancy centers, where we increased the existing program from $3.5 million credit to a $10 million credit, which should be enough to fund the operating budget of every one of our crisis pregnancy centers across Mississippi when it's fully utilized. It's a huge win for life in this state, and I appreciate the Senate go along with that. There are a few technical corrections since it was filed right at midnight at the deadline last night. I do have, Mr. Speaker, by way of a unanimous consent that I would ask the body to adopt. I'll explain that at the right time, but that is
the right time, gentlemen.
Okay. The unanimous consent deals strictly with the crisis pregnancy center part of it, and I'm just going to read these. Some of these are commas. I'll read the ones that change any actual language. On line 57 through 60, delete the words eligible to receive funding dispersed by the Choose Life Advisory Committee, Choose Life Mississippi, or any successor entity under 27-1956.7. On line 63, change 10% to 20%. On lines 91 through 98, delete the words, however, for credits allocated under the section on or after January 1, 23, the amount of credit that may be utilized by a taxpayer in a taxable year shall be limited to an amount not to exceed 50% of the total tax liability of the taxpayer for the taxes imposed by such sections of law, and an amount not to exceed 50% of the total tax liability of the taxpayer for ad valorem taxes assessed and levied on real property. On line 186, insert the following before the period. However, credits not allocated before June 1 may be allocated without regard to such restrictions for the same calendar year. Excuse me. And then again on amend the title really to conform, and the rest of that's the only other change is amending the title of the act. That's an explanation of the unanimous consent. Again, these are things that were agreed to, but just were typos at the last second.
Any objection? Hearing none, we will do that. All right. Anything further on the report?
No, sir.
All right. I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, HB 1671. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close machine, Madam Clerk. Over 115 yeas, 0 nays. Report is adopted. Next item.
Next item is item 8, House Bill 1734. And I move that we adopt the conference report. Give you an explanation of that. This is titled a bond bill. Excuse me. But this is not a bond bill. This is one of just a vehicle we kept alive. This bill does two things. It changes, it's really our previous bill that we passed in this body, modifying how the use tax formula is spent. It basically takes the 5% that's going to the LSBP program and it breaks it up in halves. It would be 2.5 would still go to LSBP, and other 2.5 would go to the state aid bridge program, which does not have a dedicated funding stream. And so the result of this would be that every part of state aid, whether it be LSBP, state aid bridge, or state aid road, now has a dedicated funding stream going forward. Again, keeps the diversion still at 5, which is the existing law. And then the other part of the conference report deals with the employer tax credit that we previously adopted, which was Senate Bill 2335. It gives employers a tax credit when they pay funds for qualified child care expenses for their employees. And that's an explanation of the report.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1734. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. Of 112 yeas and 4 nays, the report is adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I next go to item 9. That's Senate Bill 2187. And I would ask that we recognize the gentleman from Tishomingo to explain the report.
Gentleman Tishomingo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up the conference report on 2187.
Yes, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the House. This has been a work in progress for a couple of years. I would like to thank the members that have helped on this, as well as our Veterans Administration. You can go home and tell your folks that if they can get a letter with a 70% disability from the VA, they can get their car tags. That's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2187. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. About 118 yeas, 0 nays. Report is adopted. Next item. Number 10.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 10 is actually, that was recommitted. That bill's dead. We'll go to item 13, which is Senate Bill number 2695. This is the conference report dealing with the Tourism Project Incentive Program. This is just extending the deadline for MDA to issue certain certificates. It was set to expire, and we extended it 3 years. That's an explanation.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2695. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. About 111 yeas and 6 nays. Report is adopted. Next item.
This is item 14, Senate Bill 2696. This is the Senate's bill that dealt with qualified adoption expenses. We had a version of this in our previous House tax credit bill, and as part of the conference process, we agreed to allow a standalone for the Senate on this particular item. But again, this is just giving qualified adoption expenses, increasing the amount for the tax credit portion for adoptions in Mississippi. That's it.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2696. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 117 yeas, 0 nays. Report is adopted. Next item.
The next item is Senate Bill 2841, item 15. This report just dealt with the law enforcement officers and firefighters' death benefits black tag, and also, which we already have, and we authorize a regular version of the black tag for regular tags.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report. Senate Bill 2841. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Closed machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 117 yeas, 0 nays. The report is adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 16, Senate Bill 2842. I'll explain that conference report. This is it's a Senate bill we had earlier. All this does is goes back to the use tax formula. It revises the way that cities are required to calculate the amount of their infrastructure spending. They were on a 5-year rotation, and it really just changed it to 2 years to make it a little bit easier. Again, the whole purpose of that, going back to the 18th special session, was to ensure that cities continue to increase their local funds going toward infrastructure in the state, and this just makes the calculation part of that a little easier on the cities. I would move we adopt the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2842. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 118 yeas, 0 nays. Report is adopted. Next item.
The next item is 17, Senate Bill 2862. This is the providing an industrial exemption for tangible personal property first used in another state. This just says that if we manufacture products in this state and then sell them, but they are not used until they get to another state, that it's just clarifying the law that that's not a taxable transaction for either sales or use tax purposes.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2862. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 115 yeas, 0 nays. Report is adopted. Next item.
Next item is 18, Senate Bill 2887. I would ask that we recognize the gentleman from Oktibbeha to come handle that.
Gentleman from Oktibbeha. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. This is Senate Bill 2887. This is the provision to the bill that updates Treasury policy guidelines for the investment to meet or exceed those for PERS. It updates the Treasury procurement provisions. We would adopt the conference. That's my explanation.
Questions? There's one. Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I've always been a little uncomfortable about this because we've never done this before. Is that correct? We've never invested taxpayers' money through the state treasurer. This is new.
I don't think it's new. I think it's something that they've asked to increase over years. I don't think we've done that. We haven't increased it, no.
So if they lose our money, what are we going to do?
I think that there are substantial guidelines in here that make certain that doesn't happen, but I can check on this further and get back with you.
Just make sure there's some kind of trigger that it stops if they lose our money.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine. Madam Clerk, question occurs on the conference report to Senate Bill 2887. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. A vote of 96 yeas, 11 nays, report is adopted. Anything further?
Yes, sir. Just a little cleanup on Senate Bill 2696 that we passed. This is another unanimous consent. There was another typo. We passed it just a minute ago. This would amend on line 43 by replacing July with January. That's all it does. And I'd ask unanimous consent to clean up that typo.
Any objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Anything further?
Not at this time. We have a few more, but they're not ready yet. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a point where it appears to me all the appropriation bills are recommitted and or refiled. I don't see any other appropriation bill awaiting the 2 o'clock deadline. Is that correct? We're operating on a 6 o'clock deadline for those appropriation bills. So we have on the Ways and Means calendar, I see 8 remaining items there that still are awaiting, actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that are awaiting action, the 2 o'clock deadline, if I'm counting right. Some of those have yet to be filed. We anticipate that they will be filed soon, but I don't know that there's any point in us staying around here while we wait. So I would suggest that we recess for an hour to give us time to get those conference reports filed, and then come back at 1:30, and I would anticipate that we would have, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, of Ways and Means. As if I count right, there's 5 remaining revenue bills. Sir? Okay, well, I'm looking at number 1, 4, 5, 10, and 12. Are they not revenue bills? Okay, council indicates we've done all the revenue bills. Okay, well, give me a moment. Let me check our calendar. We'll suspend business for a second. All right, I believe we have done the work that we can do to this point in consultation with council. So I'm going to recommend a 1-hour lunch break. Bring us back at 1:30. Any announcements before we need to go? Chairman Hines, Mr. Banks.
Mr. Speaker, adjourn in memory of, if you don't mind.
We're not ready to adjourn, gentlemen. We're just going to break for lunch. All right, I don't see any further announcements. I'm recognized gentleman from Octavia Hall for the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recess until 1:30.
Motion is recessed to 1:30. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Recess till 1:30. Please let the House come back to order. Clerk informs me that nothing was filed during the lunch hour, so we're at that point in the session, ladies and gentlemen, where we are in a holding pattern, waiting. As soon as conference reports are filed, we will bring them up for a vote. I think the gentleman from Jackson, Chairman of Local and Private, has an item he wants to take up. We'll do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to the concurrence and non-concurrence calendar. Item number 1 is House Bill 1792. We handled this bill a couple of days ago. This was for the city of Starkville. They were putting together, they wanted to redefine what hotel and motel was under VRBO. We had some questions about that. It was always intended that it would be for someone who had 4 or more of these VRBO type of things. The Senate was a little concerned that the language was not definitive enough, so they put some language in there that I would call clarifying language to make sure that it was understood that it was definitely someone who had 4 or more of these VRBOs. We concur, and but that's an explanation of the conference report. I mean, not the conference report, but the amendment.
Any questions? I don't see any.
Move final.
Open machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the motion to concur. House Bill 1792. If you favor the motion, vote aye. Opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. For about 103 yeas, 6 nays, the motion passes.
Could I get immediate release on that?
Any objection? We'll do that. Chairman of Public Health indicates he has one item to take up, but it is en route, apparently. So we'll just suspend business for a moment. All right, I recognize Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go to item number 1, House Bill 271. Call that bill up. That conference report up, pardon me. Recognize the gentleman from Pike to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Pike, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is House Bill 271. We voted on this bill back in several months ago. It passed 109 to 7. This is the
healthcare impact grant program for our hospitals. So this is simply the appropriation, not the way that we're going to fund it or the way that the rules will be set up. This is the $103,700,000. We were initially at 80, so we have gone up from 80 million to 103,700,000, and that is the explanation of the bill. Also, really important, Mr. Speaker, this is now effective upon passage, so we want to get this money out to our hospitals as soon as possible. So that is the explanation of my bill, Mr. Speaker.
Any questions? Jim from Lauderdale, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman here.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, at this late day, do you think that we might have a second round of monies that might be coming to the hospitals?
Well, gentlemen, as you know, we never say never around here until we actually sine die, but this is where we are today. And so as I made a commitment to this chamber to try to get as much as we can, we have gone up from 80 to 103,700.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report on House Bill 271. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Closed machine, Madam Clerk. A vote 107 yeas, 5 nays. The report is adopted. All right, I don't see anything else that we can do at the moment, so I'm going to ask Jim from Benton to give me a motion to recess subject to call.
Mr. Speaker, move we stand in recess subject to call.
Motion to stand in recess subject to call. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. House in recess subject to call. Please let the House come back to order. I have communicated with the Chairman of Appropriations. They are continuing to work. They will possibly have some reports for us to vote on here in a little while. In the meantime, we're going to go to the general bill calendar. I know there are a number of reports here that we were working on earlier before we got off on, had to go back to the appropriation ways and means, so we'll at least redeem the time here. I think we left off on item 30, hang on. Item 44 was accountability. According to my calculations, that was the next one. I don't see the chairman. Then there was 45, accountability, 48, Judd B.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 48 is the conference report for Senate Bill number 2079. This is the School Guardian Act, and the bill that was passed in the House had a reverse repealer in it. That was taken out, along with we changed language allowing for school districts to be a part of this and for their administrators to receive a or their staff members to receive a $100 to $500 stipend per month. That remains in the bill. Again, this allows school districts to enter into a program that will allow them to have their staff members, teachers, administrators, whomever, to be trained by the Department of Public Safety, that once they go through that training, they can carry a gun at school, and it allows them to have immunity through if they do complete the training. It allows for very similar to the Church Protection Act, that these individuals have to be acting within the scope of that training and employment to receive the immunity that they're listed. They're designated who the staff member is for them to get the immunity, and I believe that's everything that we did. Mr. Speaker, that's an explanation of the conference report.
Questions on the report? Jump from home, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the Chairman yield.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, I was looking through the bill. Tell me a little bit more about the immunity part. It's total immunity, partial immunity.
66, a designated school safety and guardian is immune from civil liability for any action taken by the school safety guardian if the action in question occurs during the reasonable exercise of and within the course and scope of the guardian's official's duty. The school safety guardians are charged with these duties and must act in accordance with those duties to maintain their immunity.
So with that being said, how about the actions?
How about I'm sorry?
How about the actual actions and the decisions that they made? Sound like they will be totally immune to.
They've got to be acting within the course and scope of it.
Correct.
And that, if you'll go back to line 59, I think it is. Yeah, the scope and purpose of each program shall include responding to an active shooter situation or other situation that would cause death or serious bodily harm. That's another change that we made in conference. We added the word serious. Before, it just said bodily harm. I had some issue with that because that was kind of mean you could potentially say somebody breaking up a fight could cause bodily harm, but serious bodily harm on the school campus or in the immediate vicinity of the school.
And then also I noticed that it just simply say immunity. You got two types of immunity. You have criminal immunity as well as civil immunity.
The criminal is in the bill as well. They can be justified and have an affirmative defense. Section 3 brings that in there. Line 291, when necessarily committed in performance of duty as a member of a school safety guardian program. So your criminal liability when it comes to a school guardian should be covered.
So they will have criminal liability as well.
They could have immunity, yes.
Yeah, criminal immunity.
Mhm. Yeah, and an affirmative defense.
You don't have a little heartburn about criminal immunity? Because usually, as you know, being a learned attorney, as we say here, there's a state of mind goes into committing a crime, which means a person act intentional or at least with some type of gross negligence. So why are we giving immunity to an individual who intentionally did a wrong act?
Well, they're getting a defense, like I said, an affirmative defense, and can raise the immunity in a criminal action, but they've got to be acting within the scope and character of their designation as a guardian. So I don't know, I don't know how else to answer that other than they've got to be if they're not acting within course and scope. I mean, if they go to school and they themselves shoot up the school and they are a guardian, that's not going to qualify them as acting within the scope and course of their guardianship designation. But if they're defending the school from an active shooter, then I think you agree with me that would qualify them as a guardian under this bill.
Let me give you a crazy hypothetical and tell me whether he would have immunity. Active shooter, I get my gun. The gentleman from Clay over here is a PE teacher, and I don't really care for him, so instead of shooting at the perpetrator, I take a shot at him. I'm acting in the course of protecting the students, active shooter. Would I be immune for the assault against the gentleman from Clay?
That's a fact question, but
Possibly.
yeah,
Possibly.
yeah. I mean, I think it's a fact question, but I believe in that situation there was an active shooter situation going on when you discharged the arm.
Correct.
I think you would be immune. Now, it would be up to a prosecution to be able to prove, as you know, you did this on purpose because you don't like the gentleman from Clay. And if they can do that, then that takes you outside of the scope and course of your employment and of your training.
Jim, I just think that language should be tightened up a little bit better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Similar.
Gentleman from Clay's upset over here. That's what I'm laughing at.
He's upset. Which gentleman? Gentleman from who?
He's upset at the gentleman from Holmes for threatening. You know.
Oh well, good job. So here's my concern. You know, a lot of times, and it's been happening lately. It used to be only in post offices, or now it's happening in Walmarts and other places where employees have gone in and started shooting.
Sure.
Kill their boss, supervisor, boyfriend, girlfriend situations. What happens if one of these resource officers has a moment, or one of these teachers, whoever has a moment where they have an issue with their supervisor or their supervisor, and they get into it, and he pulls the weapon, shoots him, and shoots a student or a other employee? Will the families of those victims be able to sue the school district because of this? Or will that be a non-factor?
Okay, you lost me on the pronouns. So you're asking an employee, a disgruntled employee goes to school and shoots the principal.
Right. Now, but they have been given the authority to carry that gun.
Not in that situation, they haven't. They've been given the situation to have an authority to respond to an active shooter or a situation like that. They've not been given the authority to act independently of themselves to go and commit a crime. So in that situation, that the school that is not a guardian employee under this statute.
So the families the families can sue, the full charges.
If the school didn't act reasonably and if they came back and acted in a situation where they stopped it or that like that.
So you understand why my concern. I just want to make sure if somebody who's upset because the principal say, hey, I'm putting you on bus duty for the rest of the month.
I agree, and I think that that in that situation, I do believe there may be some liability on. I don't know that there would or not. You're looking at, and it again goes back to a fact question, but I don't know that there would be or not because that person is acting independently. And responsible for their own intent on that. I don't know that they would be responsible.
Well, I mean,
again, it goes back to a question.
But they wouldn't have access to that weapon, be able to bring that weapon to that school if they had not been in that position.
But
I ain't against y'all because I want our children safe. But stuff happen, incidents happen. Folk have a bad day, bad relationships. I didn't get a pay raise. I wanted to be the football coach. They gave it to the gentleman from Claiborne. I want to make sure that we don't, do something.
I understand, and I appreciate your concern.
Okay.
Jim from Madison, Mr. Blackman.
Chairman Yale?
Yes, sir.
Now, my question, I'm sure, has not been asked yet, and it's probably not in this bill. But in listening to your explanation, the thought came to me about some observation and experience that I've had, which I think is unfair. You would agree with me that an active shooter would include people who are there at the school, for instance, who may have a relationship with a faculty, a staff member, and they come in there and they're shooting anybody that's in the way, including the person they're after.
Like a disgruntled boyfriend or girlfriend or something?
Boyfriend, girlfriend. It could be rising, but considered domestic.
Sure.
Now, under Mississippi law, that friend or other person who's killed, who had the relationship, cannot recover workers' compensation in that type of situation.
Okay, I'll take your word. I don't do that, but I'll take your word on that.
This would be a great opportunity. I know you got the bill out here now to correct that real. I think that's a real problem. I've always had it with our law as the Supreme Court has interpreted it. It's bad law, I think, because the person who was injured or killed is at work. I appreciate
that.
Working in the scope.
I appreciate that. I wasn't aware of that, but I appreciate that.
I know you can't, but tackle that.
Okay.
Make that your mission next year.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I'm going to vote against this, though.
Jim from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yields.
Yes, sir.
I have the same concerns that I had when this discussion came up before in the House, and that is the liability portion of protecting the school or the school system. Who would that fall on? I asked you that question before, and I don't.
It's going to fall on as far as the
liability.
The liability and
making negligence taking place.
Making sure that the school district is immune is going to fall on the governing body of the school district, and making sure that if they're going to enter into this program, that they've got to go through the steps with the Department of Public Safety to make sure that they can get their staff members immune.
Yeah, but I think from a liability standpoint, it's going to knock the insurance cost out of the box because you're going to have to pay for some additional liability insurance merely because of what may happen.
Well, we're taking that away. I mean, we're making if they go into this program and they do this, there is no liability on the schools. They're going to be immune.
Now, you're a lawyer. I don't believe that you really believe that, do you?
If they're acting, that's what the law says. I mean, if they're acting within the course and scope of their employment and acting within the course and scope of their training as designated through this bill, and they respond to an active shooter or some type of situation like that, and something happens, the immunity will attach.
But it doesn't sound probable to me, because even law enforcement officers are not immune if they are wrong and they're negligent. And a lot of times their liability insurance have to pick up the tab.
And sometimes that's the case. Again, that's going to be driven by the fact scenario.
I think we're a little bit hasty on doing this, and I certainly wish we ought to reconsider it or tighten it up, as Representative Blackman just said, because I think we're treading on some thin ice.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the chairman will yield.
Yes, sir.
The civil immunity that's established by the bill, would that immunity extend to administrators of the district?
It talks about the entire school district, so I would imagine so.
And where is that language, sir?
Well, it says a designated school safety guardian is immune. I've seen it in here. That is talking about the guardian.
And my next question, while you're looking at that one, would that immunity also extend to the school board, the governing authority?
Let me check on that. I will check on that for you, but I believe it does, and I've seen that language somewhere, and I'm just having trouble finding it right now, so I apologize. All right, line 85 talks about to be eligible for the immunity.
Yes.
Talks about how they need to be with the law enforcement agency. They have to have the training, the identity of it. And let me go back here.
Because as I read it, it appears to just give immunity to the individuals possessing the guardian possessing the firearm. It doesn't appear to extend immunity to the school board or to administrators who may also be sued in legal actions involving shootings.
Well, that's certainly not the intent, and I've seen language where it has to do with school districts, but I'll check on it and make sure before we, I'll check on it for you.
Thank you, sir. And under this particular bill, and you and I had this discussion earlier when we were discussing the actual bill, each school district had the discretion to basically opt in or opt out.
That's correct.
And once the school district decides to come within this particular program, they can at any time discontinue participation?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
The gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, with this immunity, and you know immunity perks our ears up, would this immunity in any way, could it in any way be used to immunize a school district from having made no effort to safeguard that the school shooter entered the premises initially? Does that make any sense?
Sort of. So you're asking if the school district is allowing them, like sort of a licensee, to be on the premises?
I'm asking, these days, in my opinion, if you're a school administrator, one of the things you have to worry about is an active shooter on your campus.
Yes, sir.
Would this bill in any way immunize a school district not from having teachers with firearms on the campus, but would it in any other way immunize the school system from a liability of not doing what they should have done for the shooter not to be there in the first place?
No, it only pertains, not in the sense that The only way that it would do that is by establishing and by going through the school guardian program. But as far as you talking about metal detectors or stuff like that, no, I don't. This is specifically to training staff members.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman, tip home, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, it's not my intention to re-argue this bill at all, but I do have some concerns, and maybe this will help with the voting on this matter. In my area, and like many others, you have alternative schools, right? Kids who are behavioral problems and things of that nature, maybe learning disabilities, mixed bag. But increasingly, we're having two educational tracks for those who are in our school districts and those who take an alternative matter. The reason why I say that is because, and I'm just imagining all the repercussions and all the different scenarios. Say we have a young teacher, female, 120 pounds, went through the training, which is very minuscule. I looked at the list. It doesn't take a lot to get this training for another $500 that an educator may need, right?
Right.
But here it is, you have a football player that's probably on the cusp of going to alternative school. Hadn't gone yet, hadn't been sentenced to alternative school, but here he is maybe being a disturbance in her class. If she felt fearful, would she not reach for a gun?
You know, I don't know what if she's trained, that they're not, I don't know what the training is going to tell her to do in that situation.
Well, I mean, our officers who have hundreds of hours of training.
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, if they can diffuse the situation. And
but oftentimes in newspapers, we realize that there's either an officer involved shooting or something that leads to a lawsuit or incarceration of a police officer in a wrongful death, right? So a person with minimum training is going to be able to handle this without being overpowered. We don't even have correctional officers in our state and county jails who can walk in there while being armed.
Yeah, and in that situation, again, your school board and your school authorities can designate who they want to do. They may not want a young teacher doing that. They may, and you know, my wife's a teacher. I can tell you she wouldn't want to be doing this. So all that is completely voluntary. But in your situation, you know, if something happens, if she's threatened, again, that's going to go to the certain fact situation of whether or not the immunity attaches. But the goal of this is, and I think you understand that, the goal of this is to make schools as safe as humanly possible. And that is to allow the teachers to be, I don't want to give teacher carte blanche authority just to go in and carry a gun.
But
I want to make sure that they have some type of training, some type of requirement above them, and somebody that they can be accountable to in the Department of Public Safety to do that. And that's the purpose of this.
But gentlemen, would you accept the argument that if law enforcement are not permitted to have guns on their being while going through a facility, in a pod, things of that nature, they use mace and things of that nature, they have safe rooms that they can actually go to get firearms and other things, but they definitely recognized some time ago that it wasn't in their best interest.
Sure, and the school districts can do that. School districts are not required to do any of this. If the school districts want to give every one of their teachers mace, they can do that.
I also want to question the methodology, the mindset of moving from corporal punishment, which many of our schools don't even get involved in anymore, paddling and things of that nature. So we go from forms of correction that are non-lethal all the way to being shot and killed in your classroom.
Yeah,
I don't understand that thought process. Can you help me with that?
Yeah, distinguishable for me anyway, and the corporal punishment is exactly that. It turns on the issue of punishment. We're giving teachers the ability to arm themselves and staff members the ability to arm themselves as a means of protection, which is completely different than the punishment aspect of that. Nobody is using a gun as a sense to punish a student or to show any type of force to a student. We're doing that just as a means to protect the premises and the campuses.
And gentlemen, I'll submit, and I'll leave it alone. I will submit to you that this bill may be well-intentioned, but the ramifications of a person with very little training walking to a school setting with a classroom that's probably overcrowded, with maybe a behavioral problem here and there, that the conversation may end up in a lethal situation without an active shooter being involved.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Okay, gentlemen, I just have 4 quick questions, okay? The first question, due to the type of situation we're getting ready to enter into, is any grief counseling set up in the school system just in case a teacher has to fire their weapon and take a person's life or seriously injure a young person in front of other people?
Yeah, this bill doesn't speak to that. That's going to be left up to the individual district.
Okay, so that's one of our most important things, because we know where healthcare stands in our state, especially when it comes to rural and low to poverty, moderate income communities. So that'll be the first thing. Okay. So the second thing, they haven't been mentioned, and I read this bill 2 times, so I'm trying to figure out what is the type of firearms that would be allowed for these guardians to carry?
It doesn't limit that. It doesn't say any type of firearm, I don't believe, unless these statutes, which I did not make any type of note as to that. And these statutes would talk about, like section 45901 with an endorsement, unless those limit what type of gun can be carried, there's no specificity in the bill that does so.
Because I truly think we're going down a slippery slope if we do not put the type of firearm in that must be carried, because you can take an assault rifle that with a short barrel is considered a pistol, not a long gun. So you may have a teacher or administrator in this guardian program saying that they want to take that, or they want a .357 Magnum. You know, you're only supposed to use the necessary equipment to neutralize or detain a situation. So have we thought about that?
I'm sorry, I was looking for your answer for that first one. Ask me that again. Ask me that again, I'm sorry.
The first question?
No, what you just said.
What type of firearms will be allowed for the guardians to carry?
Ask me the next one.
Go to the third one? Okay, the third question. What is the required refresher training for these guardians and the teachers inside this guardian program?
The training?
Yes.
It's laid out in the bill, and most of that's going to be determined by the Department of Public Safety. But I can tell you, they have to offer a training program to the governing body of a school. The training program, at a minimum, must include instructional course developed by the department. Department is Department of Public Safety, a criminal background check, a psychological screening, a student proficiency test, an annual recertification training. A law enforcement training academy may provide safety guardian may provide training to someone who holds a license of a concealed handgun, has an endorsement, has current certification in CPR. Also, like in my situation, in my school district, they're doing this, or they put some of their employees through training and allowed them to go through this. That training, if it's approved by DPS, they can be grandfathered in. So at minimum, that's what is required, what I read you.
So they have to go to annual refresher training and go through this entire background check every time they recertify to start a new school year, correct?
And a criminal background and a psychological screening, yes, sir.
Okay, and my last and final question.
Okay.
Teachers are put in the school system to teach.
Yes, sir.
Just like soldiers are put on foreign soil to protect America's best interests. Do you know why the United States military, which is the greatest fighting force that this man have ever known, do not allow active duty service members to serve on U.S. soil unless certain situations happen? Do you know why?
No, sir.
Because they are trained to defend America against foreign enemies, right? So it's certain thing that their skill set does. When we have a National Guard or Reserve soldier who's a citizen soldier, they have special entities that they do, and they take the same training. They're well equipped, but their mindset is to protect home. So these teachers are sworn to protect and teach the school. So there's no other reason or no other method we can use to protect our kids by increasing the amount of metal detectors in school, fully funding our law enforcement community so we can get more law enforcement personnel or retired law enforcement personnel to these schools?
Yeah, everything you said is certainly available. Nothing in this bill takes that ability away. The local districts can do everything that you've asked them to. This is just a mechanism that if the local districts want to have their teachers to have guns, they can enter into this program and receive the immunity that is there, and also the teachers can earn a little bit more money. Those school districts do not have to do this. They can do everything you just said. It's up to them to see how they want to spend their money.
Okay, and my last and final question, you answered it, but I just want you to say it one more time so the people who's not in here, the people who is not familiar with this, they understand. This is something that's not required for the school district to do. They have to opt into this, correct?
That's right, yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report. Senate Bill 2079. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. A vote of 80 yeas, 31 nays. Report is adopted. You got one more item, gentlemen?
55.
Okay, you're recognized.
This is just a bill bringing in, right now you are maybe aware that deputies, municipal law enforcement can work security detail for private companies. This would allow people for the Department of Public Safety that are employed by the Department of Public Safety to do the same thing, just to be able to provide security services to private companies. And that's all the bill does. When we passed it out of here earlier, it was just highway patrol. It was just troopers. We expanded it because really the department asked us to. So that's an explanation of the conference report.
Questions? Jump from Madison, Mr. Blackman.
Chairman Hill.
Yes, sir.
Does this conference report include local law enforcement officers?
Well, I think if that's the law now, the only thing that we changed was Department of Public Safety. So let's see. Right now, the law would be certified law enforcement officers, municipality, a county or municipality, Department of Public Safety may wear their official uniform, official firearm, etc. So
they can't use a weapon though. That's
they can.
I'm not weapon. They can't use the automobile.
That's correct, I believe, yes.
But in this bill, this bill allows certain other law enforcement officers to use their vehicles.
Just those employed by the Department of Public Safety, I think. I think we took that out because before we were using it with troopers. Okay, yeah, you can use your vehicle. I see it now. Department of Public Safety can use official uniform, official firearm, official vehicle issued by the employing jurisdiction.
But local law enforcement cannot use their vehicles when performing off-duty work. They can use their uniforms, they can use their weapons, but not their vehicles, correct?
Well, that's the current law. You tell me. That's the this is the current law. Law enforcement officer, county, municipality may wear the official uniform, utilize the official firearm, and the official vehicle issued by the employing jurisdiction. So I think they could.
The Supreme Court says you can't.
Okay, well, the statute right here says that's what it is.
No, that's not. The statute does not allow, present statute does not allow local municipal, for instance, law enforcement officers to use their vehicles while off-duty performing private security.
Well,
that's a Washington County case.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that. I just the black letter of the law right here says the sheriff of a county, the authority in the city may authorize the use of a uniform, official weapon, and vehicle.
That's in the new bill, that's in this law, that's in this bill?
That's current law. That's not underlying language.
All right. Well, maybe the law changed since that Washington County case.
May have, I don't know, but that's not underlying language in this bill.
Because, gentlemen, the reason the vehicle has as much deterrence as the officer
No doubt about
himself.
it. No doubt about it.
And the problem up in Washington County, the gentleman from Washington County was the officer, the chief of police deployed a vehicle at the fairgrounds because he heard there was going to be problems there. He wanted the vehicles there so the kids would know that maybe some law enforcement around.
A show of force or so whatever, yeah.
Yeah, and they fired him for that.
It may have changed since that, I don't know when that case was done, and I don't know when this part of that was written, but I think under current law, at least unless the Supreme Court has said otherwise, the statute says you can.
Baby, you remember that case? That's a long time, man. Yeah, but they did it. They changed that.
Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Payton.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, does this include the constables?
I'm sorry?
Does this include the constables?
The constables, no.
Yeah.
But a certified law enforcement officer, whatever that is, as defined by the statute, but ordinarily not the constables unless they're a certified law enforcement officer.
Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jim here.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to try to wrap my mind around this again. You know, being the chief law enforcement officer for a long time, was this the highway patrol bill? Or, I mean, was it introduced by the commissioner, or who was it?
When we passed the bill earlier, it was just the troopers. In conferring with the Senate and with the commissioner, he asked for us to just do the entire Department of Public Safety. So that's how that changed.
My question is, maybe I missed it. I call myself reading it as well. Is the liability factor? This goes back to the agency that puts this in place?
And that's current law.
Yeah.
You know, there are deputies that are doing this now. That would fall under. I think it again becomes a fact question on if you have a private event and you hire a member to go out there and be your security guard, a member of a law enforcement agency to go out there and be your security guard, who assumes that liability? You know, I think part of that contract would be the private company should assume the liability. Now, what's happening now? I can't tell you what's happening now. I don't know.
So the city board, city government would be allowed to.
They have to authorize the ability to do this regardless. So it's up to them.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report of Senate Bill 2239. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. A vote 83 yeas, 24 nays. Report is adopted. All right. Jim from Adams, Mr. Johnson, what purpose you seek recognition?
Yes, to the vote, Mr. Speaker, on item 48, if I may. I voted yay. I would like to change my vote to nay, if there's no objection.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. All right, we're going to recess subject to call. I think we're still awaiting the chair. We have had some additional reports filed, but the chairman's not made his way up here yet, so we're going to suspend business. Gentleman from October Hall.
Mr. Speaker, I move that recess subject to call.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House in recess subject to call.
Can you think of anybody else's? What about Tommy?
Please let the House come back to order. I recognize the Chairman of Appropriation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, on the appropriations calendar, I would like to skip down to item number 15. That would be House Bill 1624. Recognize the gentleman from Choctaw to explain the conference report.
Gentleman from Choctaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, bring forward you the conference report for the Medicaid budget. We have a total of state support funds of $909 million. We got a total of federal and support funds of $6.4 billion. So we have a total budget of $7,308,940,807. We did add some funding for 100 slots in the independent living, and we did 200 additional slots in the IDD home waiver program. There was a bill that needed to be paid from a bulletproof solution, so we gave the agency authority to pay that. That was $67,200. We did fund the postpartum coverage that this body passed earlier this year. Total cost on that was $32 million. $7 million of that was going to be state support funds. We did have some pins that we removed that were permanent pins to limited time pins because of the FMAT reduction, which is going to begin in May of this year when the national federal COVID emergency is deemed existent. And that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1624. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. About 105 yeas and 5 nays, the report is adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to item number 3, House Bill 1605. Recognize the gentleman from Montgomery, the Vice Chairman, to explain the conference report.
Gentleman from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Department of Insurance Appropriation Conference Report. The department comes in at $16,504,614. That is just $3,798,637 total increase over LBR. And those increases are from restoration of LBR cuts to salary, increase of agency operations, and actuarial and legal fees. That's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker. I yield for any questions.
Question. Gentleman Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, gentlemen. This may be not appropriate, but on that last, you weren't a conferee on that last bill, that Medicaid bill. You were not a conferee on that?
Not on the Medicaid, no, sir.
You don't know if the chairman actually met with anybody. Do you know whether they actually did? I meant to ask him, but he got away too soon.
If you could just keep your comments or questions to this legislation, gentlemen, I'd be happy to answer.
I'm sorry about that. Thank you.
That's quite all right.
I think he actually appointed the gentleman from Choctaw to work it through the process. That's what
That's right. Move adoption.
All right, open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1605. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 106 yeas and 4 nays. Report is adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies of the House, let's go to the next item, number 4, House Bill 1611, and recognize the gentleman from Harrison to explain the conference report.
Gentleman from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Arts Commission. Last year's budget was about $7 million, and this year it's at $10,134,000. That's due to some federal money and some increases in salaries. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs in the conference report, House Bill 1611. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. A vote 109 yeas, 7 nays. Report is adopted. Next item.
The next item is the Mississippi Emergency Management, Senate Bill 3016. And
hang on, gentlemen, you jumped way ahead. Item 47. Okay, you're recognized.
Which one is it? I don't have a thing. Mississippi Emergency MEMA's what I got. That's what I said.
Yeah, that's the sheet you need to be working.
Okay.
That's above every.
Yeah, okay. That's the one I thought I was at. Okay. This is the MEMA budget. It is Senate Bill 3016. Their budget last year was 38 million. It's at 34.5 million this year. Just so that you know that the tornado money that we need to put in there for the communities, Rolling Fork and all, that's going to come in another bill. It's going to come in a transfer bill. We haven't got that added in here. I know that's important to all of us, and just wanted to let you know, an FYI. And also, it doesn't pertain to this bill, but I'm going to go ahead and say that I think the gentleman, some of you came to me and asked about state testing also for the tornado. We're working with MDE to delay those state testing for those guys, and if they can't do it for us or won't work with us, I'll come with a bill before we leave here to mandate that. But anyway, again, this bill comes in a little less than what it was last year at $38 million, and it's at $34.5 million this year. And that's.
Questions? You're from Humphreys, Mr. Strawder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you here?
Yes, gentlemen.
You mentioned about Rolling Fork. What about Silver City?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I didn't think I said Rolling Fork. I just said where the tornado went through.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, I didn't. I didn't say either one of them. But yeah, it absolutely encompasses all of it.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3016. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas and 2 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to item number 9 on the calendar, would be House Bill 1616. Recognize the gentleman from Neshoba to handle the next 4 conference reports.
Gentleman from Neshoba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, item number 9, House Bill 1616 is the appropriation for the Department of Environmental Quality. It comes in at $4.3 million above LBR. Let me explain what those are. We got $1.1 million in salary progressions. We restored $500,000 in general funds to cuts for essential salaries in the professional positions. And then the biggest part of it is $2.6 million, and listen to me close, this is for the Clean Water Grant Match that a lot of your cities will apply for clean water revolving funds and things like that. That's our match. They'll draw down 3 to 1 on that, means about a $10 to $12 million drawdown on that, and that brings it to $4.3 million over LBR, and that is a report on part of our environmental quality.
Question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1616. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 114 yeas and 3 nays. Report's adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 10, House Bill 1617, call up the conference report.
Be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the conference report on wildlife, fisheries, and parks. Comes in at $22,419,000 over LBR. Just real quick, $128,000 in salary, about $650,000 in salary progressions across all 3 divisions of the agency, including parks, fisheries, and wildlife. We are putting $13 million of CEF, capital expense funds, into the LaFleur's Bluff complex out here on 55. That's in coordination with the Mississippi Children's Museum in order to promote tourism, education, and recreational activities. And we are putting in $7 million additional dollars in capital expense funds for repair and renovations at various parks around, state parks around the state of Mississippi, and then $1.1 million in equipment needed at state lakes, state agency, various equipment, brings it to $22,419,000 over the LBR, and that is the conference report on wildlife, fisheries, and parks.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1617. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk, by a vote. 109 yeas and 4 nays. Report's adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 11, House Bill 1618, call it the conference report.
You recognize.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the conference report on the Grand Gulf Military Monument Commission, or the Grand Gulf Military Park, the little jewel down in Port Gibson, Mississippi. We're coming in at $420,499 over LBR, $31,000 in salary progression, and we have granted them $390,000 for capital expense funds for critical repairs and renovations and road they need done to some damaged buildings there at the park, road improvements to the park, and to purchase some equipment that they are badly needing. So that is a conference report on the Grand Gulf Military Commission.
Question. I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1618. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 110 yeas and 3 nays, report's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 12, House Bill 1620. This is a Public Service Commission that we recommitted yesterday and called up the conference report.
You recognize.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, no changes in this other than we had inadvertently left out 3 pins in the Public Service Commission report yesterday. We are taking their pins from 49 to 52. That's the only difference that we made in the conference report from yesterday, and that is a report.
Question. I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs in the conference report, House Bill 1620. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. A vote 115 yeas and 2 nays. Report's adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next item on the calendar, let's go to item number 13, House Bill 1622. Recognize the Vice Chairman from Montgomery.
Gentleman from Montgomery.
Explain the next 2 conference.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Department of Human Services, the final action. The conferees adopted the following changes to the LBR level of funding. A total increase to the LBR level of funding at $3,711,228. This is for increase in salary progressions, increase for frontline workers, IT infrastructure and equipment, and spending authority in IT infrastructure and equipment and operational expenditures. And the department comes in, the consolidated department comes in at $1,814,797,056, and that's an explanation of the conference report on the Department of Human Services appropriation.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1622. Favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas and 4 nays, the report is adopted. Next item.
Move to item number 14, Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1623.
You recognize.
This is the conference report, ladies and gentlemen, on the Department of Rehabilitation Services. They come in at $252,114,684, and the conferees adopted the following changes to increase above LBR to $5,382,574. These are for state match Section 110 grants, adding of 100 slots for independent living waivers, equipment purchase for industries for the blind, and operational expenditures. And that's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1623. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 113 yeas and 3 nays. Report is adopted. Next item.
Item number 16, Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1625. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the conference report on the Department of Child Protection Services. The conferees adopted the following changes to the LBR level of funding. That budget comes in at $283,316,920. It is for increase in salary progressions, operational expenses, spending authority, foster board payments, and spending authority for adoption subsidy payments. And that's an explanation to the increase in the LBR level of funding for the Department of Child Protective Services.
Question.
Yield for questions.
I don't see any.
Move adoption.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1625. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Closed machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 116 yeas and 2 nays. Report's adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to item number 18, House Bill 1428. To recognize the gentleman from Walthall to explain the conference report.
Gentleman from Walthall.
Excuse me, 1628.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, this is the Forestry Commission. It comes in at $29,332,579. It's an increase for salaries, operating equipment expense, and purchase of new equipment. It comes in at $2,095,290 above LBR. Explanation, sir.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1628. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 111 yeas and 4 nays. Report's adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's go to item number, that says it's 21, B House Bill 1637. Lady from Amid to explain the conference report.
Lady from Amid.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the conference report for the district attorneys and staff. And the final action is $30,655,636. And it's $1,017,764 for 13 additional full-time legal assistants, $52,000 for 13 additional full-time legal assistant office allowance, $336,092 for 4 additional criminal investigators, and then $345,000 for an increase in office allowance, which is $2,550,056 total increase to the LBR level of funding. And that's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1637. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Closed machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 111 yeas and 4 nays. Report's adopted. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item 23, House Bill 1640, and we have a conference report for that item.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the conference report for the appropriation for the Office of the Supreme Court. And the final action is $8,361,916, and that's $97,123 for the salary progression, and then $7,845 for agency operations, and it's a $104,968 total increase to the LBR level of funding. And that's an explanation of the conference report.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1640. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Closed machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 113 yeas and 2 nays. Report's adopted. Next item.
I'd like to go to item 24, House Bill 1641, and this is the conference report for the Attorney General, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am, you're recognized.
So there is $488,039 for the salary progression, $25,855 for the elected officials pay raise, $300,400 for the path to permanency, which is House Bill 1149, $303,600 for officer-involved shootings, which is 2 attorneys, 1 additional investigator, $59,100 for the agency operations, $220,739 to restore the LBR cuts to salary line, $940,235 to restore LBR cuts to the salary line, and then $27,050 for additional authority for the Human Trafficking Fund. This is from fiscal year 2023. The total increase to the LBR level of funding is $2,445,007. And that's an explanation of the conference report, Mr.
Question.
Speaker.
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1641. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. A vote 111 yeas and 4 nays. The report passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to item number 25, House Bill 1642. Recognize the gentleman from Jackson to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, this is for the Department of Transportation. Comes in at $1,433,696,755, about $8 million over LBR to restore 158 pins, and that's an explanation of the report.
Questions? Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver, or Rushing from Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Certainly.
The increase of pins, can you elaborate a little bit? And is that engineers? Is that sign, go, stop guys? Is that pothole patchers?
It's across the gamut.
Just
Several. At 2645 now going to 2803, and actually that's still a couple hundred below what they should be at.
Thank you, gentleman.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you give me a breakdown of how many of those pins are going to be in the Central District, please?
They're all in the Southern District. So yes, I can.
Oh, okay. All right. I just want to make sure. All right, you.
Don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on conference report. House Bill 1642. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Closed machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 111 yeas and 4 nays. Report's adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to item number 35, be Senate Bill 3002. Recognize the gentleman from Jones to explain the conference report.
Gentleman from Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up Senate Bill 3002 for conference report.
You recognize.
This is the Alcorn Agricultural Research and Extension Land Grant Program, and what it comes in is $204,000 over LBR for a total of $7,271,895.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report to Senate Bill 3002. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 111 yeas and 6 nays. The report is adopted. Next item.
Thank you, sir. It'll be Senate Bill 3003, and it's for the Mississippi State Agricultural and Forestry Experiment Station. It comes in as an increase from LBR of $541,150 for a total price of $33,921,811.
Question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report to Senate Bill 3003. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 108 yeas, 5 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Mississippi State University Cooperative Extension Service, and it comes in over LBR of $706,789 for a total budget of $46,609,78.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3004. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas, 5 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
This will be Senate Bill 3005, and it is the Mississippi State Forest and Wildlife Research Center. Comes in over LBR of $216,211 for a total budget of $7,389,962.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3005. Favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 110 yeas and 5 nays, report is adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This will be Senate Bill 3006. It's Mississippi State University College of Veterinary Medicine. Comes in above LBR of $628,117 for a total budget of $52,567.
Questions? Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The chairman will yield.
Yes, sir.
How many students do we have at the veterinary medicine school?
How many students in med school? In vet school? We'll get that information to it. I don't know the answer to that, but I'll get it for you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3006. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas and 5 nays, the report is adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This will be Senate Bill 3007. It is the IHL Student Financial Aid Bill. It comes in over LBR at $14,943 for a total budget of $55,389,256.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3007. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 110 yeas and 5 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Senate Bill 3008. It is the University Medical Center consolidated budget. Comes in as an increase to LBR of $42,246,432 for a total budget of $1,886,073.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3008. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. A vote 108 yeas, 7 nays, reports adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to item number 43, will be Senate Bill 3010. I ask that you recognize the gentleman from Jackson to explain the conference report.
Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The junior college support this year comes in at $771,098,277. Total state support is $289,455,348. There are $6,800,000 worth of salary increases here for the salary progression. That's a 2% salary increase. There's three $3.5 million for operational expenditures that are inside the formula. And then there's $10 million of construction and renovation project dollars. That is an explanation of the conference report.
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3010. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas and 4 nays, the report is adopted. I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Powell, for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce our doctor of the day, Dr. Chet Shermer. He's a specialty in emergency medicine and a medical director for Air Care at UMMC. He's from Brandon, Mississippi. He is also joined by 2 first-year students from William Carey. They are shouting today. Please make him welcome.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum, what purpose you seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to change my vote on item number 55, Senate Bill 2239, from no to yea.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to the next item would be item number 44, Senate Bill 3011. Recognize the gentleman from Winona to explain the conference, Grenada, to explain the conference report.
Gentleman from Grenada.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Final action on Department of Correction comes in at $433,744,978. That represents an amount of $43,018,516 over LBR, which is represented by basically salary adjustments at the Delta Correctional Facilities where they're moving the female inmates to up in the LaFleur County area. Contractual services $854,700, salary progression $7,025,726, contractual obligations to per diem increasements to the regionals as well as private facilities. Regionals be $4,383,637 and the privates $9,070,055 and CEF funds for replacing vehicles at $500,000. And finally, $19,278,199 for increase in medical contractual costs. That's an explanation of the conference report.
Question. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
Quick question. What is the total budget for the Department of Corrections?
It is $433,744,978.
All right, thank you.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So $43 million for what? Increase in salaries?
No. You have a number of items. Increase in the medical costs was $19 million. Per diem to the regionals was $4.3 million. Increase to the privates under the contract was right at $9 million. And then salary progressions was somewhere around $9 million.
But the increase is $43 million.
$43,018,516.
And then with all the deficit appropriations, I mean, what are they doing over there? I mean,
Well, we've had
we've gotta
increase
get
in
it under
population. We've had a significant increase in population over the last 2 years, year and a half, and also basically cost associated with just cost of feeding folks, caring for folks. It just costs a lot of money.
So my understanding from the parole board is that we have paroled close to 40% of population.
No, ma'am. They they may be paroling at a rate of 40%, but that's not 40% of the population. We have an increase of population. I think we're at 19,650, and 2 years ago we were at 16,800, maybe something like that.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes.
Does any of those increase in funds include renovations or upgrades to the state penitentiary in Parchman?
That is funds that we allocated to ARPA, and that does not include that. The only upgrade would be reappropriation of the artificial intelligence money from last year, about little under 1.5 million.
Thank you, Jim.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Clark.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'll yield. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. What I wanted to ask you has to do with how many of the funds that we're putting into the corrections, how much of that is put in for education?
The ARPA funds?
Pardon?
You say the ARPA funds?
Yeah, are there any funds for education, for educating?
Well, there are some education products within this budget, but I don't believe we have any ARPA funds that were appropriated for education products. I'll ask, I do not believe. No, ma'am, not of ARPA.
What about drug treatment?
Not out of the ARPA funds.
None of that.
But there are funds within the budget that are allocated or used for that purpose through their regular budget.
Okay, I'm trying to find out if we did anything where we're trying to reduce the numbers that we would have need to take care of. Thank you so very much.
I will say that at the Walnut Grove facility, they have moved the A&D down there, and I understand based on some of the folks that I've talked to that A&D has improved since they basically moved it down there and changed some of the protocol requirements, ma'am.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not too many years ago, would you yield, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Yeah, not too many years ago, I remember the correction budget was $325 million. And we said at that particular point, we were going to try to get that overall budget down, but it's obvious now it's trending back up again.
Gentlemen, when I took over the budget, it was, well, I didn't say I took over it. Whenever I became chairman of the committee, and it was 331 million.
Okay.
I don't know why anyone would make any representation that cost of incarceration are going down as opposed to going up based on cost of things, as well as some of the things that the Department of Justice is breathing down our neck on as far as staffing requirements and staffing per inmate population. And those are some of the concerns, and those are some of the reasons that the budget has gone up, and also trying to pay folks to come to work. It's very difficult in some of the areas of the state to compete with some of the private industries, and in order to do that, you got to increase wages to make it more competitive, gentlemen.
Yeah. Now, as chairman of the committee, do you believe that we are doing anything as a body, as a legislature, or House of Representatives, to contribute to the increase in the cost of incarceration?
Well, that's a loaded question, I guess. I guess we're doing a lot of things to create that problem. I will say, gentlemen, I try to be as frank as I can about having been involved in the process for 30-something years, that some of the low-level offenders, I'm hopeful that we can do some things with some of the legislation we have in place now to do some other tracking for individuals that don't need to be incarcerated, that we can increase our local confinement numbers and basically encourage some of the judges and some of the DAs to start doing some things to access some of the local resources through pretrial diversion, non-adjudication, things like that for some of the offenders that I see, and I think other members of this body see, that don't really need to be incarcerated for some of the issues that they have. And I certainly feel like that we've got some issues with some of the aging population that's causing a lot of the medical deficit that we're having to appropriate every year, and also some of the mental health issues that we have. We just need to see if we can allocate some resources to divert some of these people out of the criminal justice system.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there such a thing as an average annual cost of incarceration?
Per inmate?
Yes, sir.
It's generally, it appears that it's around $59 per day.
Per day?
That's generally the average inmate cost per day is around 59. I think it's 59.60 or something like that. Report came out to represent that that's basically what the cost is on average. Some are higher than that. Quite naturally, it's cheaper to house those inmates that are not sick or not needing close custody supervision. But that's the average, gentlemen.
Okay. And do you have figures to indicate what would be the cost for just say house arrest or probation?
House arrest cost, now the issue that you have with the house arrest is that it costs somewhere around $350 to $400 a month to supervise someone on ankle monitor now. I did talk to a vendor that said that they can cut those costs down if we'll switch over to the cell phone or a GPS monitoring, and I'm hopeful that we can do that to cut that down, but it's significantly less per day. Quite naturally, if it's $300 a month as opposed to $59 a day, it's significantly less.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman Neal,
Yes, sir.
I appreciate your conversation with my cohorts on this thing. I have a couple of questions and follow-up. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's been my understanding and what I've been reading, and I sort of keep up with it as part of what I do. The parole rate, the granted parole rate for our incarceration system in the last 2 or 3 years has significantly decreased, has it not?
Well, I wouldn't say significantly, gentlemen. I think it's decreased some because 2 or 3 things that happened during the pandemic. A lot of incarcerated inmates weren't going before the parole board, so the last year, during that time, they weren't having any hearings. They were being held in the county jail. But to answer your question, there has been an increase in, or a decrease in parole in nonviolent offenders during that time. For whatever reason, you'd have to talk to the parole board. I don't know that it's significant. I probably would say 18 to 20%. And a lot of that, I think some of the parole board members are wanting some of those individuals to go through some type of programming, more intense programming for drug and alcohol treatment. That's what they represent to me.
Okay, but the increase to nonviolent offenders, is that what you said?
There is an increase to nonviolent offenders.
Okay, and I've been reading the same thing, and certainly I know you know that. That, along with mandatory minimums as far as sentencing goes, certainly serve to keep our prison population high and at a rate of 20,000 or so, and I was just doing some fast math a while ago with what you gave me, 20,000 per inmate per year. That can also substantially increase the DOC budget requirements, can it?
That's correct.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, is any of these funds used for transitional housing?
There is money in the budget for transitional housing. We did not increase, provide any additional money for transitional housing this year. I don't know what that number is, gentlemen. I can't tell you, but I know historically they have allocated funds for transitional housing.
So the commissioner didn't have a request for additional funding for
Did not. We did not have additional requests for transitional housing.
What about
They do have, I think they have funds within this. There's transitional housing beds that aren't being filled. So quite naturally, I don't think that there would be a need to increase requests financially for transitional housing when we got a certain amount of beds that aren't being filled.
Okay, my next question up. What about the work program? Commissioner Kane spoke about having a program inside the prisons where they could work and get paid money.
They're doing
Is that part of this funding?
We reallocated the original bill last year for the $1 million. We increased it. I don't know if you remember. We sent it over to the Senate to increase it to $2 million, and they struck that language, and we went back to the original. They didn't agree to the $2 million. But it's inconsequential, really, because they've got access to spend those funds over and above the $1 million if they want to, anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished gentlemen, do you yield?
Yes,
sir. Couple of questions. What is the starting salary for a correctional officer at Parchman or the other facilities?
well, that's kind of a loaded question. Depends on their experience. I think it's somewhere around $39,500 to $43,000, depending on experience, I believe, gentlemen.
All right, so is that commensurable to what's going on in Arkansas, Tennessee, and Alabama with their pricing of correctional officers?
They represent to me that that's pretty competitive with surrounding states, but I can't say for certain, but that's what they're telling me. I don't know what that number is, gentlemen.
All right. Okay.
I do know that there are some individuals that at the Wilkerson facility that they constantly compete with paying those at Angola, and I think they've been pretty successful, at least hiring some of those individuals or keeping those individuals at Wilkerson.
All right. So, gentlemen, early on in your tenure as chairman, there was a huge cost to serving terminal ill patients. What is the cost? What is going on with that right now?
Unfortunately, we really hadn't had much success in that at this point in time. The bill that we passed last year to provide for the specialty care facilities, it's been a slow process of getting that implemented. I've talked to the chairman of the parole board and the commissioner, and they, of course, there's coordination with Department of Health on that. And I don't know what's been the drag on it, but it has been some problems associated with it. But they indicate to me that they've increased, they're getting that going, and also they're increasing the eligibility of inmates based on reassessment of medical condition.
So, in a meeting earlier this year, it was represented to us that the driver's license and social security and birth certificate that some of the inmates were having upon release the cost for that was going to be picked up by the department, so those people have the proper ID. Is that cost inside this piece of legislation?
It is. It's in here.
Can you tell me what that figure is?
I don't know what it is, but I asked the Deputy Commissioner McDonald, and he told me that cost is in. They already had that cost built in last year's budget, so they were just trying to coordinate with DPS on getting those IDs and all those things. They've got the money for that, what they indicated.
Final question. I heard the gentlelady from Brookhaven say that there was some parole was releasing inmates at a rate of probably about 40%. Can you tell me the cost of not paroling eligible people that putting on our budget, what the cost is? If a person is, well, let me rephrase that, if you would. So if a person has no RVRs, has hit all the criteria that he or she may hit in order to be eligible for parole, what is the cost due to the budget if they are not paroled? Do you know that?
I don't, gentlemen, because it used to be prior we changed the law that recommended that they revisit every year eligible inmates, and I believe the AG's office gave the parole board an opinion, I believe. I'm not real sure, but they represent to me that they gave them an opinion that that was advisory in nature, not mandatory. So they set people off sometimes for 2 years, 3 years, or expiration of sentence. So I can't tell you what that cost would be because they're not doing it they're not revisiting every year. I think they're shortening that time over the last year. They're shortening that time, but I can't tell you what that number would be.
Okay, thank you. I'll talk to you about the rest offline.
Thank you very much.
All right, any further questions? Gentleman Prentice,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
to your left, gentleman.
One
I know,
quick question, Mr. Chairman. Gentleman, yield.
Yes, sir.
Are there any increases in this bill to increase what we're paying as a daily rate to our local counties to house state inmates?
Well, local confinement increase is not in this bill, but we do have a Senate bill that let me see if I can get it right, okay, that requires, I think it's 2465, that requires after 5 days that the county will be reimbursed at a rate of $20 for the first 30 days and $25 for 30 to 61. And then after 60 days, it's the same rate as the regionals, which we just increased to 32.71.
Thank you, sir.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report to Senate Bill 3011. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By 108 yeas, 7 nays. Report's adopted. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go back on the calendar, today's calendar, House Bill 1623, and recommit.
Item 14, motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Next item.
Which one? That's what. Let's go to, which one we're doing correction?
Madam Clerk reminds
Okay.
me we probably need to reconsider the vote before we can recommit. So gentleman moves to reconsider the vote by which
1623.
1623 passed. All in favor say aye. Opposed,
Aye.
nay. The ayes have it. In favor of the motion recommit, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to item number 46, would be Senate Bill 3013, to recognize the gentleman from Walthall to explain the conference report.
Gentleman from Walthall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 3013 is the Department of Agriculture and Commerce. It comes in at $25,091,783. That's $1,873,084 above LBR, and that is for adding some increase in salaries, ag theft position, and wireless capacities at the fairground. Explanation of the report, sir.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3013. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas and 2 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I go to 3015 and call it up? It was recommitted yesterday, sir. The Board of 3015 is the Board of Animal Health. It comes in at $2,895,523, and that is $517,419 above LBR. Explanation, sir.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3015. You favor the report, vote aye. Your opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 111 yeas and 4 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
Next item be number 48, Senate Bill 3017. I recognize the gentleman from Jackson to explain the conference report.
Jim from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 3017 is the military department, National Guard, and so forth. Their total this year is $190,062,196, of which $8,733,452 is out of the general fund. Total state support is $35,814,952. That includes $20 million out of the capital expense fund to construct a new fire station at Meridian. Also $4,731,500 for a fiber project that they need to do at Camp Shelby. $350,000 of the Education Enhancement Fund for education assistance. And that is an explanation of the bill.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3017. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas and 2 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
Next item be number 49, Senate Bill 3021. I recognize the gentleman from Montgomery, Vice Chairman, to explain the conference reports.
You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the conference report on the Employment Security Commission appropriation. This budget comes in at $149,976,206. This is a restore of LBR cuts of $9,477,919, increase in salary progressions, and move of $3 million to the State Workforce Investment Board, and Mississippi Works of $15 million to the Office of Workforce Development. And that's an explanation of the Department of Employment and Security's Workforce Development, Office of Workforce Development, which is also a portion, a part of that, comes in at $34,200,000, and those increases are of $34,200,000 is the total increase, but in that are general funds for Accelerate Mississippi and career coaches and SWIB of $3 million that I mentioned earlier, Mississippi Workforce Development, and that's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Jim Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield,
Yes, sir.
was there an increase in this budget from the previous year, and how much
Let me get the total on both.
on both?
$34,200. Difference between this amount and 17. About not twice, about almost 100%.
It grew by about 15 million.
Overall.
Most of it is career coaches. Operating expenses for
Gentlemen, overall, the budget grew about 15 million. There was a decrease of 17 million and $99,000.
So it's a decrease.
In one area, but an increase of 34,200,000.
Okay, total of 34 million.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3021. Favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 5-0, the bill passes. No, 113-4. Jim from Alcorn, Mr. Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to recommit a bill. Do I make a motion to reconsider the vote?
Yes, sir.
Make that motion to reconsider the vote by which it passed. It's on House Bill 1315.
Motion is reconsider the vote. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
And
Motion is to recommit.
recommit.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to Senate Bill 3025. That is the conference report on the Department of Mental Health. This action comes in at $660,958,887. It is the conferee's adopted the following changes: increases in salary progressions, residency programs, IDD waivers, and operational expense subsidies, fentanyl awareness programs, and mental health collaboratives.
Question.
And that's an explanation of the conference report.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, Yield.
Yes, gentlemen.
Did they put, well, not they, but did y'all put any extra money in there for training around this, the critical response teams and the shortage that they had for shelters for those people who were under a mental health crisis?
There was $1 million added for the critical health teams that you asked about.
Okay, and what about the shelters? Because some of the shelters didn't have the spacing to accept people.
There was no increase in that, gentlemen.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Holland, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, I guess I had the same question for this budget as well.
Let me get that number. Gentlemen, over last year's appropriation is an increase of $12,145,043. $12 million.
Gentleman from Soto, no, nobody else. All right. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3025. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 114 yeas, 3 nays. Report's adopted. Next item. Next item, gentlemen.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next item on the calendar will be number 51, Senate Bill 3026. I recognize the gentleman from Jackson. Explain the conference report.
Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, final action for Office of State Aid and Roads, $210,120,434. That is $20,298 over LBR. Adds back 2 pins and make an adjustment for a revenue source for state aid bridges. And that's an explanation of the conference report.
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3026. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Closed machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 116 yeas and 2 nays. Report's adopted. Next item.
Next items up will be item number 54, Senate Bill 3046. Recognize the gentleman from Harrison, but I don't think he has stepped. Here he comes to handle the next 4 conference reports, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Mississippi Development Authority budget. Their budget was at $116.8 million last year, and it's at $186 million this year. What that is $70 million for up from federal funds, and then there was $81 million that we did in the Triple Crown that we did for the special session, if you remember, the aluminum plant. And that's why the increase in the budget is there. If there's no questions, I ask for final passage.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3046. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas, 5 nays. Report's adopted. Next item.
The next item is 55, Senate Bill 3047, and this is a budget within the MDA. This is the Gulf Coast Restoration. You'll see a lot of reappropriation of funds and some new projects there. And again, it's just that the projects haven't been completed or haven't been started yet. And that's an explanation.
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3047. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted?
Okay.
Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 112 yeas, 5 nays. Report's adopted.
Okay.
Next
You
item.
can give it to me after.
Next
Okay.
item.
The next item is item 56, Senate Bill 3049. This is the Secretary of State's budget. He was at $39.5 million last year, and he's at a little over $30.5 million this year. I think that's a loss of some federal funds and some things that he did with computers last year. That's why the decrease. Anyway, that's an explanation of his budget.
Questions on the report? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3049. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, with consent, I'd like to go back to page 1, item 8, and take up the Library Commission if there's no objection.
We can do whatever you want to do, gentlemen.
Okay. Last year, the library budget was at $4.5 million. It's a little under $14 million this year, a loss of about $500,000. Anyway, that's due to some federal funds and some moving around of monies, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 1615. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 107 yeas, 4 nays. Report is adopted. Next item.
I'd like to go to item 5 on page 1, item 5, House Bill 1612, and I'd like to recommit that bill.
Motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Bill is recommitted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next item.
Mr. Speaker, that's all we have at this time. No, people are working on these reports, and we're getting them as fast as we can, but at this time, we have nothing else to present to you.
Okay. Appropriation yields.
Yes, sir, good.
Please let the House come to order. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been in consultation. You've seen us over here talking to the chairman and the Elbow staff. I will tell you our staff has worked very hard. I know Max over there, I don't think he's even went home last night. So I want you to be assured that our Elbow staff has worked long and hard and poured everything they have into this operation, into this process. Unfortunately, the time has run out. We have a 6 o'clock deadline to pass or refile the remaining conference reports on appropriations. We've counted about 25 that still remain, and a couple of big ones are in that group. They tell me they do not think they will make the 6 o'clock deadline, which is only 53 minutes away. So what we're going to ask you to do tomorrow is to pass a resolution extending the session on paper by either 1 or 2 days, depending on what is left to be done. They will work through the night again, and we will reevaluate in the morning when we arrive. We can extend the session. You have to extend it. For those of you who during COVID, you remember we had to extend it in 30-day increments, which we will do, but you can set sine die for a time certain within that time period. So we think we will need no more than 2 extra days, possibly 1. It'll just depend on how much time or how much progress they make through the night getting these reports done. We will know more in the morning when we reconvene, but we will be asking you to vote on a resolution that will extend the session on paper by 1 or 2 days, which will give us the time to refile these reports, get them right, and get the budget done. We still have general bills to take up. As you see, we still have bills on the in-conference general bill calendar. Those bills have to be taken up as well, and we may or may not get those done tomorrow in the midst of the appropriations. So that's what our plan is. With that, I would recommend we adjourn until 10 in the morning. Announcements, Mr. Clerk.
I would like to remind you that the deadline to file general bill conference reports is 8 p.m. tonight. Thank you.
I'm informed that the Rules Committee has a couple of items they need to take up. So I'm going to recognize Madam Clerk to read the report of the committee. Just the ones we're doing. Yes, ma'am.
Report of Committee on Rules, H.R. number 172, Tougaloo College Bulldogs men's basketball team commend on winning back-to-back GCAC regular season and tournament championship. Title sufficient to be adopted.
Recognize the chairman.
HR number 172 is Tougaloo College. They're going to be here tomorrow. We need to get this resolution out. That is my explanation.
Questions? I don't see any. If you favor the resolution, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Resolution is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can go to the rules calendar and go to number 4, House HR number 164. This is a Representative Lynn Wright's resolutions commend life and legacy and service and express sympathy upon his passing. His widow will be here tomorrow, and I'd like for y'all to stand while I'm doing this and ask you to vote in favor of it. That's my explanation.
Any questions? I don't see any. If you favor the resolution, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further?
Immediate release.
Any objection? We'll do that. All right. Announcements, Madam Clerk. Announcements by the members. Jim Rankin, Mr. Weathersby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Commissioner Gibson asked me that I make this announcement that MEMA and DPS are collecting donations for the tornado victims. They're collecting them at the Armory, on the fairgrounds, and they're requesting canned foods, water, paper towels, and that sort of thing. Thank you.
Gentleman Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask today that we adjourn in memory of one of my former colleagues, Ms. Rebecca Coleman, who was former police chief of JPD and also at Jackson State University. So we ask that we keep our 2 daughters in our prayers, and also the families and everybody who went through a tragedy up in Tennessee not long ago. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Darnell.
I'd like to change my decimate's votes, please, sir. On item 10, House Bill 1617, from yes to no, and House Bill 1644, that's item 26, from yes to no. Oh, Jansen Owen.
Any objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, tomorrow morning will be our last Capitol Prayer Group. We'd love for you to come and join us at 8:30 in room 204. Brother Kenny Digby will be leading us in the devotion.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Clark.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to just remind all of you of the note that you have on your desk asking you for a contribution for MS. If you haven't already sent it in, on tomorrow I will have a container at my desk, and I'll be glad to put it in it. Thank you so very much for your contribution, your participation, and your willingness to walk with me.
Lady from Lowndes, Ms. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like unanimous consent to change my vote on item number 36, House Bill 1315, from yes to not voting.
Any objection? Change of vote. Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Adjourn member, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
As we adjourn today, I'd like to ask the body to adjourn in memory of a good friend and my high school classmate, Mr. Clyde Williams, who tragically lost his life a few days ago. Thank you.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like unanimous consent to change my vote on item 10, House Bill 1617, from yes to no.
Any objection? Change the lady's vote. Mr. Chairman, you got anything further? I think the chairman has one other item he wishes to take up.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like for the House to go back to item 48, Senate Bill 3017, consider the vote by which it passed. We would need to recommit this.
Motion is to reconsider the vote. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Bill 48.
Appropriation yield.
All right, I don't see any further announcements. I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Octavia Hall for the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until after the last conference report has been filed, in which time the Journal will reflect that the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House adjourned to 10 a.m. tomorrow.